goes down again under the covers. For me,
Wait for me.
ready, set, stay.
Ready, set, don't go away. Ready, set, stay forever. Stay, stay, stay. Ready, set, stay. Ready, set, love me all day. Stay forever. Stay, stay. I'll be so warm here in your arms. So take a snapshot before life gets us back in the race. Ready, set, stay. Ready, set, don't go away. Ready, set, stay forever. Stay, stay, stay. Ready, set, stay. Ready, set, love me all day. Stay forever. Stay, stay, stay. Stay forever. Stay, stay, stay. Stay forever. Stay, stay, stay.
Thanks so much.
I lit a candle, was talking all about our love, and then it fizzled out. I swear the wicked turned to smoke. I tried to light it back up myself, but it took the hands of someone else. There were days all I dreamt was a California shore, and everywhere I looked, oh Lord, you know I wanted more. But it wasn't you, babe. Even though I know that I am the lucky one to be here inside your love, and I am the lucky one, the lucky one. So much higher than I've been before, and I'm your red wine was spilled upon a wooden floor. You got love that's slipping through the cracks. Is it something you even wanted back? I don't know how you could even try to blame yourself. Babe, this love we got, oh, only a fool would try to sell. You're my kind of beautiful. Nobody does it quite like you do. So I am the lucky one to be here inside your love, and I am the lucky one, the lucky one. We're gonna see this through. We're gonna work it out. We're gonna see this through, even if you kick me out. We're gonna see this through. We're gonna work it out, even if you run me through. Lord knows you wanted to. You lift me up so much higher than I've been before, and any other girl would have punched me square in the jaw. But I'll be old and lonely someday. Will you be old and lonely with me? Old and lonely.
It's it, baby. Lolita. I want you, I need you, gonna have you, baby. I want you, I need you, gonna have you, baby. I would do anything for you, and I would do anything for you. Loving you and loving him says to be wrong, but two could be better than one. I saw you for the first time on the dance floor, looking all so sweet, boy. And I love you, it's because you are cute, looking all so cute, boy. Every night I dance for you, yet every way I fly for you. Say I don't know what I would do without you till my life is blue. I want you, I need you, gonna have you, baby. I want you, I need you, gonna have you, baby. I would do anything for you, and I would do anything for you. Loving you and loving you says to be wrong, but two could be better than one. What you bring to me so sensual, I just can't break your heart. But what you bring to me is essential. I don't wanna play a part. They say love for two is never true, like a taboo. Say I don't know what I would do without you till my life is blue. I want you, I need you, gonna have you, baby. I want you, I need you, gonna have you, baby. And I would do anything for you, and I would do anything for you. Loving you and loving you says to be wrong, but two could be better than one. At the end, I wanna be with the love of my life. I can't deny that you and I had good time. You make me feel like a diamond on a ring, shining light, and it's more than a simple thing. Now I know what I must do. Live my life where love is true. I want you, I need you, gonna have you, baby. I want you, I need you, gonna have you, baby. And I would do anything for you, and I would do anything for you. Loving you and loving him says to be wrong, 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 wrong. Better than now, better than now. Si je ne sais pas de ma vie n'aurait plus de sens. Sois avec moi, vis avec moi, je t'aime.
El ruido de las voces que no dicen nada son un zumbido de fondo. No existe nada más, no oigo nada más. Si mantuvieran la boca cerrada por un solo momento perderían el hilo. No existe nada más, no oigo nada más. Hay aquí cerca un lugar donde el sonido del mar ahogará todo el ruido, pero no sé llegar. Un día tras otro lo intento de nuevo. Demasiadas voces, demasiados cebos. No dicen nada más, no encuentro nada más. Si mantuvieran la boca cerrada por un solo momento perderían el hilo. No dicen nada más, no encuentro nada más. Hay aquí cerca un lugar donde el sonido del mar existe nada más. No quiero nada más. Hay aquí cerca un lugar donde el sonido del mar ahogará todo el ruido, pero no sé llegar. Olvidé por dónde se va, pero sigo perdida. Ahogará todo el ruido, pero no sé llegar.
the surface, diving into deep, new light, new faces. Mind is falling asleep. Salvation. I'm drowning in uncertainty. Life is going on and I'm sorry for every word I said and every lie I still command. But I can't regret the things I've done, 'cause I need the movement. And I say hello to the light, follow infinity. I keep going this way 'cause it feels okay to be here. Just fade away. No time, no space, no trouble to erase. I don't want to return. I say hi to the new life. My own creation, staring at me, no complication. But I still disagree. Dilation, floating in the dusty cloud, flying nowhere, and I'm thinking about flashbacks in my head. About to the past seems over. I keep running straight across the street instead. Feelings undercover. And I say hello to the light, follow infinity. I keep going this way 'cause it feels okay to be here. Just to fade away. No time, no space, no trouble to erase. Don't want to return. I say hi to the new life. And I say hi to the new life. And I say hello to the light, follow infinity. I keep going this way 'cause it feels okay to be here. Just to fade away. No time, no space, no trouble to erase. Don't want to return. I say hi to the new life. I lit a candle, was talking all about our love, and then it fizzled out. I swear the wicked turned to smoke. I tried to light it back up myself, but it took the hands of someone else. There were days all I dreamt was a California shore, and everywhere I looked, oh Lord, you know I want it wasn't you, babe. Even though I know that I am the lucky one to be here inside your love, and I am the lucky one, the lucky one. So much higher than I've been before, and I'm your red wine was spilled upon a wooden floor. You got love that's slipping through the cracks. Is it something you even wanted back? I don't know how you could even try to blame yourself. Babe, this love we got, oh, only a fool would try to sell. You're my kind of beautiful. Nobody does it quite like you do. So I am the lucky one to be here inside your love, and I am the lucky one, the lucky one. We're gonna see this through. We're gonna work it out. We're gonna see this through, even if you kick me out. We're gonna see this through. We're gonna work it out, even if you run me through. Lord knows you want me to. You lift me up so much higher than I've been before, and any other girl would have punched me square in the jaw. But I'll be old and lonely someday. Will you be old and lonely with me? Old and lonely with me. Lonely with me. Lonely with me, lonely with me.
Hit snooze, just 5 more minutes, please. You're such a sleepyhead, and that works for me, that works for me. Maybe we shouldn't sleep till noon, and we have things to do, but they can't wait, let's let them wait. Under the covers, wait for me. Wait for me. Daddy said stay. Daddy said don't go away. Daddy said stay forever, stay, stay, stay. Daddy said stay. Daddy said love me all day. Stay forever, stay, stay, stay. Let's stay under these cotton waves, calling to work and say, you won't go today, ain't no way. Download our favorite TV shows, rubbing nose and nose, till the sun goes down again. Under the covers, wait for me. Wait for me. Ready, set, stay. Ready, set, don't go away. Ready, set, stay forever, stay, stay, stay. Ready, set, stay. forever, stay, stay. I'll be so warm here in your arms. So take a snapshot before life gets us back in the race. Ready, set, stay. Ready, set, don't go away. Ready, set, stay forever, stay, stay, stay. Ready, set, stay. Ready, set, love me all day. Stay forever, stay, stay, stay. Stay forever, stay, stay, stay. Stay forever, stay, stay, stay.
Thanks so much.
Everything's so strange.
Well, good morning, everybody. If you'd like to take seats and then we could start. Well, thank you for joining us. My name is Robert Diamond. I am your host. I was asked by Google to arrange and run this morning's session. I have been a speaker at a number of things for Google in the past, and what I've realized is I'm clearly no longer important enough to be a speaker or even to be on a panel. I've been relegated to organizer and host. But I thought I'd just take a couple of minutes to introduce to people here in the room and to people on Hangout. So this is being streamed live. So hello out there. Take a few minutes just to explain sort of how I got here from a big data perspective. I first came across, I'd have to call it little data, in my first job. I was a graduate for Procter & Gamble, and I was asked in my first week to evaluate the sales impact of the Impact Nail Clippers promotion on the sale of detergent, Daz detergent. And this is a time not so long ago when we had daily shipments data, we had monthly sales data, share data, but nothing more recent than monthly. We did an annual usage and attitude study, annual. So we understood customer needs once a year, and there were no shopper insights, there were no event triggers. Fast forward several years, I set up the data analytics business for a big strategy consultancy in the US, and I found myself flying back from Bentonville, Arkansas, which is where Walmart are based, holding magnetic tapes with T-log data, with sales data. I'm not 105. This is not so long ago. And that's kind of how far things have moved. I then sort of, I think, experienced big data for the first time. I set up my own firm in 2001, focused on retail analytics. And we had clients like Target in the US, and there you're starting to deal with proper volumes of data. So for those of you that know Target, it's a turns over about $80 billion, has 100 million customers on a regular basis. It's a proper business. And there we were analyzing 2 billion transactions over time. And in looking at an online business, so for those of you that know, the Target online business is judged to be a failure. It turns over about $1.5 billion. So there we're really starting to look at proper volumes of data. So that's kind of my entry into it. I had this firm, it kind of worked out, and I sold it to a private equity fund in 2007. They sold it to American Express, and I stepped down as chairman in 2011. And now I sit on some boards of some companies, and I invest in retail data technology, which is sort of how I think I got asked to do this today. So the way that we're going to run things is fast and furious. I think we have 15 different speakers in 3 hours. So those of you with short attention spans, fear not, you're going to kind of get through this real fast. The whole purpose of this is to sort of talk about big and little at the same time. So the big data piece is we've hopefully invited some speakers who truly understand how to handle and process massive volumes of customer data, but at the same time they can give us some little hints and tips about things that we could do. What I'm going to do is briefly introduce each speaker before they come up, and I'll then hand over for them. My job is then to act as the guy at the side of the stage to pull them off when their time is done. So I apologise in advance to our kind speakers who have given up their time to be here today, but you will not have more than your allotted slot. Our first speaker is Peter Fitzgerald. So Peter is Sales Director of Google UK. He's been here, I think, about 6-7 years, and prior to that was at Amazon. And he's going to be ably assisted by Ryan, who is the Insight lead here at Google. So without any further ado, let me hand over to Peter.
Welcome, everyone. It's great to have you here on a topic that's probably the most relevant and probably most hyped. Who wants to let us know what big data is? Anybody brave enough? It's funny because I was just looking around trying to find the most simple layman's definition of big data, and Ryan's going to give you his definition in a little bit, but one I liked, it was actually said by an AWS data scientist, was that the amount of data that one computer can't handle. And then there was another data scientist that was just sort of saying, well, it's so hard to define, but I just know it when I see it. And so I think maybe that's the definition that I'm going to go with right now. The reason I'm really excited about this is I do think that there's probably an industrial revolution happening in the 21st century, and probably big data is right at the heart of it. So businesses that see this as their primary asset, that see this as a way that they should build capabilities, are really defining, what's going on in business. Amazon was just mentioned. As you probably know, they're only second to Walmart in market cap. The way they use data is incredible. Google, Facebook, Apple, we all do this. I think the probably most extreme example I could think of was self-driving car, right? 1.5 million measurements per second via radar, making real-time decisions out on the motorway on which way to turn or stop. I think what was fascinating when we just looked at data trends was just to see how just people searching for the term big data has been going up and to the right. And if you look at McKinsey, they'll say it's $1 trillion opportunity. In healthcare, it's like $300 billion alone if we started using big data in a powerful way. Retailers can get up to 60% more in terms of margin. They lose about 35% of their operating revenue because they don't know how to deal with data. The infrastructure is constrained. They don't really draw insights. They don't have people to run the controlled experiments. So clearly an amazing, amazing opportunity. And this is how it's all kind of boiled down. In the last couple of years, 90% of data has come into the world. So in 90% of the data just in the last 2 years, and you can see if you just take it from 2009 to 2020, that's 44 times more data. So even the data we handle probably today, we do about 4 billion searches. There's 50 to 200 experiments happening on any given search you look at, which results in over 550 algorithmic changes by the end of the year. But how we operate today by 2020 will clearly not be good enough. And so this whole notion of the creative destruction, about how these business models are being destroyed, even Google as a tech business is going to have to keep adjusting to the amount of data that's flowing into the world. And I mentioned Amazon before. And I was just thinking of what's one of the most simple examples of big data. What about personalized recommendations? Customers who bought this also bought that. So this is going back, so long, and yet, using these types of insights can drive so much incremental revenue and customer benefit. So, going to hand over to Ryan, or maybe you don't want to show them that first.
No, it's fine. We'll skip to the next slide. So, as Peter mentioned, there are a ton of definitions of big data, and we know we Googled pretty much all of them, I think. But I think this is a fair description of how we at Google view big data. It's the collection and analysis of complex. Peter mentioned, for example, self-driving car. You've got radar, you've got laser, you've got mapping information. Driver's preferences soon enough. So it's complex data and it's massive, right? It's billions or trillions, if instead of millions or thousands of records. An analysis of those data sets with the aim of driving efficiencies, in the case of, for example, retailers looking to streamline their operations, inform strategy, or drive innovation. In cases where people suddenly find that they're able to pursue completely new avenues of opportunity due to the insights they've revealed, and Peter will touch upon that a bit later. Now, when it comes down to kind of driving value with big data, which seems to be a very popular conference keynote title, it really comes down to three kind of things, or two kind of things. The first is the fact that there's a huge amount of data that is created on a daily basis, right? This has to do with the fact that there are more people online than ever, and the next 5 billion are going to join us soon enough. There are more connected devices than ever, and of course there's a cultural change where people are inclined to share far more online with this connected world than they ever did before. But of course, capturing that, is the first challenge, right? Because as Peter says, this just keeps increasing and increasing in volume. So how do you make sure that your infrastructure can keep pace with these developments? And then, of course, sure, you've got your terabytes or petabytes of data sitting there in your warehouse, and you're feeling very content because all the servers are holding. And then what do you do with it? Because it's 1,000 types of different data, it's 1 trillion different records. It doesn't mean anything by itself, and trying to figure out how to commercialize this is really the key challenge. And this is complicated by the 3 V's of big data. I know that consultants have strung along like another 4, 5, 6 V's to this, but we're only going to keep with the original 3 for now. The first is volume, right? Like I said, it's trillions of records, and this will become quadrillions within the next decade. Then there's variety, and I really think, speaking from experience, that this is the sticking point, right? Even if you're looking at something like a simple tweet, it's not just a tiny bit of text. There are more than 80 data points associated with one single message on social media, everything from location to preferences to social graph, to device to time of day. And being able to interpret these and marry these up, especially across different data silos and warehouses, is a phenomenal challenge, I will admit, even for a company like ours. And finally, there's velocity, right? And that's also one reason why I'm talking so fast, because there's just so much to be said about big data. It's not a discrete process of innovation. It's not like, oh, well, I'll get big data 2013 first, and then maybe in 2 years I'll upgrade. Because that's not how it works. If you want to tap into this as a business, you need to be able to keep pace with essentially the speed of innovation, which is one hell of a challenge.
Great. Now, if you look at this through the lens of marketing, I think it's quite interesting, because IBM did this research and they said that 87% of CMOs are ill-equipped to deal with big data. And I think we all understand that there's a lot of capability out there. Like, we have Hal Varian in our team, and he's one of our chief data scientists, and he said, it's all been about the computer scientists, and like one founded Facebook, another did Google. He said, I really think in the 21st century, like the sexiest job out there will be for statisticians. And we all thought he was crazy a couple of years ago, but actually, you realize he's probably true, because more and more businesses we work with, it's the PhDs that deal with all this data. They find the insights, it drives the strategy. There's examples of this, like with GE, that will put sensors now on, the jet engines, and that will go real time to scientists or to the airlines, and so they can remove things before they break down. There's other businesses like Airbnb. Have you heard of them? Like, if you have a spare room that you want to have someone who's backpacking in France use, you can get money for it. They built their whole CRM system on, well, whoever spends the most with us in a year must be our most valuable customers. But actually, when they started using like Hadoop clusters, running algorithms against it, they learned their most valuable customers actually were those that had the most powerful social networks. So they would recommend it, and 40, 50 new customers would come on board. So there's lots of great examples of how businesses drive efficiency, or their strategy, like the FT, will serve you different content based on the time of day, the device that you're on. And more, I think we're going to see this sort of triangle defining business success.
And I think it's pertinent to note that the way that businesses look at big data kind of tends to change over time. Peter gave the Airbnb example. Now a lot of digital companies, they're used to the idea of storing data, dealing with large data sets. So for them, it's not so much a technical challenge. Yet if you listen to representatives from enterprise software vendors, they'll tell you, yeah, big data is all about investing in the hardware. It's all about this relentless push of technology. And you know what? Yes, that's partly true. But as Peter highlighted, that's not what we believe is the most valuable component, because at the end of the day, in my opinion, big data, like Soylent Green, is people. Two search trends up here, a blue line and a red line. Any guesses what they are? Okay, well, in the interest of time, we'll say the blue line is searches for vodka, and the red line is searches for hangovers. And as you can see, they align perfectly. And now, this is obvious, right? And it's a whimsical example, and why am I boring you with this? But it typifies, for me, the type of wonderful human insight we can derive from these supposedly faceless, server farms. And by layering these insights, you can gain a wonderful insight into the context of people's daily lives. And as somebody who did a bit of social psych in uni, this is fascinating, right? Because behavior is not just about intent. If I say I'm hungry, you can't predict my behavior, because it depends whether I'm at home, out in the street, next to my favorite restaurant. It depends whether I'm, trying to impress some young lady. It depends on whether I'm with my friends. And this is similar in retail context, or in the case of Google, where if somebody searches for something and they express their intent to connect with your company, it's very hard to predict whether they're going to convert or whether they're going to stay loyal, like in the case of Airbnb. But by knowing this behavioral context, we can make our offerings far more relevant to our consumers and really drive that bigger value.
Yes, this is just something we've been working on called Google Now. Does anybody use this on their phones? If you opt in, you could just basically get suggestions from the computer on what they think might be useful to you. So I just went to Dublin yesterday, and I was about to leave, and it reminded me that it was going to be freezing in Dublin, which was a relief, because I got there and it was so cold. So I brought my coat, because it knew from my calendar I was going to Dublin that evening. And so little things like that, or it immediately showed me the conversion between euro and pound, because it knows I'm from London. These little things like that have helped us start to move from being reactive to actually predictive. And also, when you just think about how we're using knowledge, kind of move from information to knowledge. I think it was IBM that said information is kind of the new petroleum, for the 21st century. And we're finding that actually, if you have something like this that people want to use twice a day, like a toothbrush, then you're onto something that can really drive loyalty. So I think you're here to wrap it up, Ryan.
Absolutely. I will point out one thing, because I know Oliver Bourma is going to touch upon it later, but obviously at Google, our mission is to make the web work for everyone, which in part means building great solutions for our own customers. But we're also very keen to be able to kind of share this technology with a wider audience. So something which I always lament is slightly overlooked is something called BigQuery. And BigQuery essentially allows you as a company or a research institution to upload your data to our servers, and for a couple of cents a piece, just run analysis using the same hardware and infrastructure that we have. So and this is a fantastic development, because for the last 5 years, whenever people spoke about companies like Google or Amazon, they said, oh, well, this is great, but this is really just for you big boys. And I think what's wonderful and what gets me excited is the fact that when I was a student a couple of years ago, I would have killed to have this kind of software. And I think that's going to be part of the next revolution that will really kind of catalyze innovation for the rest of the industry as well.
And I think, yeah, what Ryan's mentioning is like you have 5 terabytes of data. You ask a computer in human language, like, how many of my shoppers are multi-channel? And instead of it taking 6 to 9 months to get an answer back from a bunch of queries to data warehouses, within, say, 5 minutes, you can get an answer. And that's kind of the vision, that you can make sense of all this unstructured, structured data and actually get real answers to real business questions.
Absolutely, and I think the knowledge bit is really, again, that bit about context, right? Because, yes, there's a lot of scaremongering in the media about how there's going to be more and more and more data, and I'm not going to deny that that's the case, but I don't think that's the interesting discussion point, because I'm confident, that our technology will be able to keep up with that. For me, it's really about this fact that we'll have more context, right? We'll have a better understanding about the world around us, whether that's on an industrial sense, but in particular in a consumer sense. And this is wonderful, because this means that at the end of the day, we have more opportunities to make our offerings relevant to our clients, right? And really surprise and delight them in the moments that matter. Thank you.
Great, thank you all. Cheers.
Thank you very much to Peter. So next up we've got Martina, Martina King. So Martina is Chief Executive of Featurespace, which is a predictive analytics company doing lots of interesting things that she's going to tell you a bit more about. Martina's career started in radio and print media before she moved into digital. She's a relatively new friend of mine, but I've known about her. She was very famous for a while as being the MD of Yahoo Europe from in the late 90s, during sort of boom years, 2004. She sits on a number of boards, and I was somewhat amused to see. So she sits on the board of Cineworld. So I don't know if you saw that the CEO stepped down yesterday. And she sits on the board of Capita, and the CEO stepped down the day before yesterday. And she's also on the board of Debenhams. So I don't want to start anything, but they need to watch out. She's now, she did her first business with a guy called Mike Lynch from Autonomy called Aurasma, which is to do with kind of 3D visualization. Looked very clever. And I think it got sold in the roll up to HP. And now Mike Lynch has backed the current company that she leads, which is called Featurespace. So over to Martina.
Morning, thank you very much. It does make me sound rather scary, doesn't it? I'll try not to be. First thing I've got to do is work out and make sure I go in the right direction. Right, so I've got hardly any time whatsoever, but what I need to do is kind of blow a bit of a myth out of what big data is all about. Talk a little bit about the consumer perspective. I'm going to show you a brilliant British technology invention, so hopefully you can all go back knowing a little bit more about this fantastic technology, and then take a look at what that means for the retail industry. So, first of all, blowing the myths on big data. What's that? Thank you, come on. And the next one? Big Brother, fantastic. And the next one? Big Daddy. Who's he struggling with? Giant haystacks. I bet there aren't very many people in the room that remember that. Okay, and then Big Bertha, exactly. Okay, and that's obviously another one for the golfers out there. And Bigfoot. Look, they're all really good on this side of the room. And then Big Bang, and finally big data. That's the most exciting image that we can find on the web that represents big data. Okay, so I think the first thing is Google Images needs to have a bit of a route around and find something that's a little bit more interesting than an elephant that looks like it's got data running through binary code. Okay, so let's have a quick look at big data from a consumer point of view. How many people have been overseas and their bank card's been stopped just at the moment when they really need some cash? Okay, most people. I was talking to a retailer earlier in the week. He said that he's got this customer who was speaking to him and said, I'm really frustrated. I'm so frustrated because why don't you know that everything I buy from you is black? Why do you keep sending me emails at 6 o'clock in the morning? They've got all these coloured patterned garments in them. I'm never going to buy them. It's a complete waste of time. And if anything, it breaks my relationship with you. And then I've got an example where I have a relationship with a very large UK retailer. I'm a loyalty card customer. I've signed up to their email accounts. I buy in-store, I buy online. And I try to order for a party a huge volume of liquid. So I went through the whole process. chose everything, you know, kind of thought all my friends would like, got to the end of it, and the declined. So you think, oh, that's really irritating. So you phone up the bank and say, can you tell me why my car's been declined? Say, absolutely nothing to do with us. You'll have to go back to the retailer. You go, okay, right, well, I know the bank. You start all over again, reload the whole bloody lot, and the next thing you know, it's stopped again. So now that I've been working at Featurespace, I completely understand why that is. It's because their fraud system thinks that I'm a fraudster and that I'm trying to con them out of my great big booze order. And of course I'm not. I'm just a high value customer who's genuinely trying to buy something. And you've got this fight that's going on between the marketing department and fraud departments in organisations at the moment. And you've got this huge stream of people that are just being blocked by rules. And that gets us into this next thing, which is the great thing, and the reason why I'm so interested in Featurespace is it solves all of those really frustrating problems. So what I'm going to do now is these guys are complete geniuses who've invented this thing, and I'm going to try and explain it to everybody in the room. So have we got any major data scientists, any enormous big brains here in the room this morning? Oh, thank God for that. Okay, here we go. So understanding behaviour. Okay, you can see that this is now a human skeleton, but this is understanding behaviour through very few data points. What we have is motion capture data. This is actual film footage of people that has been converted into these tiny little data points, and from that we can start to learn about behaviour. So here we can start to see, if we slide over to the left, you start to see a human being through data. It's a man. And all of a sudden now, here we go, it's a girl. Okay, just through very tiny, tiny little data points. We can then start to see how a heavy person might move, or a light person might move. Okay, and then we can start to even imagine if somebody's going in to have their pay review with their boss, they've gone in, they're all feeling rather hunched up and nervous, and then they've had their review and they're loved and they've come out and they're all nice and relaxed and bouncy. And even from this as well, we can start to see what happy and sad looks like. So this is just taking film footage of about 150 individuals. What most data does is just takes a snapshot. It takes a tiny little slice of data, and that's it. So rather than getting a huge, long, time-lapse piece of data, you just get a tiny little piece of data. And then what we're able to do through this is start to say, right, what's happening over the long term? And as we spin around, we can then start to get this 3D image of the data and what's happening in there and what it looks like. Okay, so really clever. So that's the behavioural side of it. And from those tiny little data points, so if somebody says we need 1,000 data scientists to be able to imagine all the rules and so on and so on, you don't any longer. You just need very little bits of information to be able to take across that time-lapse information about people. So the next thing is Bill Fitzgerald, who's a professor at Cambridge University. He taught Mike Lynch. He spent 30 years trying to work out, have you heard about change point detection? Understanding the exact moment inside data when a change occurs. And this is it. His eureka moment. He'd been staring at this data for years and years. These are mining deaths. And the data is showing reductions in mining deaths. So human beings up till now sit and look at data and try and interpret what it means. So if you think of this as being a machine, he's running the machine, his algorithms through this data, and the machine is learning the exact point of change. And what this correlates to is the improvements in the Industrial Revolution and the volume of deaths actually declining in the mines. And the final one, which is the second one, which is 150 years worth of data, is during the 1980s and the closure of the coal mines. Now, humans can't look into the data and see this any longer. This is the point that was being made earlier. You need machines to be able to do that. Okay. So how do we then take that and put that into something that then is of use? What we can do here is another demo, but for time I'm not going to do it. Data running through on the left-hand side, your right-hand side, and then the green dots represent individual customers that move around in real time, and then you can spot the moment of change that occurs inside the data. So it's a very easy way of being able to watch every single customer in real time and understand which cluster group they sit within. And this, in then taking this out into the commercial world for retailers, what does that then mean? Well, it means that we can start to, as you're watching every individual in real time, you can learn what their pattern of behaviour is. You can start to then understand the right messages that you need to send to that person in order to delight them at that moment. So stop sending them the patterned items and sending them only the black ones. And again, this is the other thing, this is the kind of combination of we spend so much money trying to attract customers, we can now make sure that through the data we don't have to lose them any longer. Because we can track them individually, we can then save them. And we were able to make a big difference to William Hill by making sure that we could identify the customers that were about to churn and then market with them with the right message. And this is another retail example. I think we're all aware, you know, kind of those emails that drop in your email box at kind of 6 o'clock in the morning. That causes a huge amount of unsubscribe. So again, from a marketer's point of view, you're trying to make sure that if you're bringing these people in, you're going to hold on to them, and that churn rate is something that's really high. And so here with this particular retailer, we're able to identify which, with 97% accuracy, which are the customers that looked as if they were about to churn at the moment that another email was going to land in their inbox or a newsletter. And then, you know, this is the thing that was made about, well, how do we even know what we're looking for inside our data? It's so enormous, it's so big. And this is where you can start to say, is there any gold in there? And we can run it through the engine, understand what's important in the data. In this particular example, big retailer, we understood that actually the thing that really is a common denominator amongst their high value customers is that they love food. And if you apply the right appropriate food incentives through the store, that's actually going to make them spend more. You wouldn't necessarily have known that unless you were looking inside the data and trying to find out what's there. So our approach to big data is that you want to be able to understand what's inside it. You can now, through this British technology breakthrough, follow every single customer in real time, learn their patterns of behaviour and predict what they're going to do next. And then, this is a new thing that's got to happen with the marketing services industry, is then start to light the customers with the right messages that will motivate them correctly. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
Thank you. So, spot the deliberate mistake. If we just rewind about 20 minutes. As I told you, you need to tweet your comments during this morning's presentations. So the hashtag to use is hashtag future of data, all one word, lowercase. And it's important that you do send some comments or questions in, because in the last session, Peter will be back on the stage moderating a discussion using those questions and comments. So again, it's hashtag future of data. Next up is Oliver Baum. Oliver has a very long business card, I've learned, because his title is Advanced Performance Lead Northern and Central Europe at Google. He was a consultant at Logan Todd, which is an e-commerce business I've come across at a number of places. Did work for Boots, John Lewis, Argos, where I helped the board as well. And he now helps clients and advertisers here at Google in terms of optimizing their advertising spend. Oliver. Just
clickers there. Good morning. That was very impressive timing, and I hope I can do something slightly like that. But I have a lot to get through in about 20 minutes, and we're talking about the future of web analytics. So I've been asked to talk about this, but we didn't want to narrow ourselves so much, so we're just going to talk about web tracking, I think, in general. And I work in a team that works with product management and also with customers at Google. So we'll talk a little bit about products and basically how we're hoping that web tracking will finally become a little bit more like what's actually happening in the real world. And this is what's happening in the real world. So the internet has moved on quite a bit. It basically was created as sort of an information repository, right? You looked things up, read about them, informed yourselves, you could communicate with other people. Well, we really use it to do everything these days, right? We use all sorts of devices, not just when we're sat at home, but when we move around. We sort of communicate, we look up information, we book travel, we upload pictures, we contact people we know. We know that we move a little bit around, do sort of stuff on the go, do stuff at home, and we know that we obviously also interact with the real world. So it's not just on the internet. We walk into shops, we sort of interact with merchandise there. We still use things like call centers, for example, offline media, so on and so forth. And this is what we use to track it, which is the web cookie. So the cookie was developed in 1994. I found these pictures. This is the man who actually built it, Lou Montulli. He's a very clever man. He founded Netscape, for those of you who remember it. He now looks a little bit more like John Clooney. He's got a bit salt and pepper and sort of wears a business jacket. And he sold this cookie to Vint Cerf, who's a legend in computing. He actually has an office on this floor. Vint is now a very senior Googler. You can sort of spot him by the tie. He's the only Googler ever wearing a tie, although I think Peter wears one every now and then. Never. There are about a handful, I think, I've seen so far. And what this cookie did was basically just track a shopping purchase. So if you put something into a shopping basket on an e-com site, it remembered what that was and got you through checkout safely. That's what it was invented for. We now use it to track everything, right? We use it to track all of our advertising. The cookie was invented to do this within 30 days. Become a little bit more clever now. You can sort of set the length. But the cookie is attached to a browser, right? Not a person. So even just on the same device, if you change browser, the cookie breaks, we give you a new one, we think you're somebody else. It's not so great. It also doesn't track anything that happens offline, right? You need to click, or you need to come to a web page, the HTML has to fire. So the cookie really isn't so great anymore at tracking this kind of behavior. And what we'd like to talk about today, which we and many other technology companies are working on, is really how to come up with something that's more intelligent than the cookie. And in the absence of a totally new technology, this may happen later on, we started thinking of ways of augmenting the cookie. So of how to make that data basically more useful. And I'll take you through a couple of those sort of across the Google product range, and hope to get you thinking a little bit about your own tracking. So how do we build on the success of the cookie? As we said, it's relatively limited. It doesn't actually capture very much. So by definition, we want to capture more. And what that obviously means is that we have a relatively fine line of what we can and what we can't capture, right? So you may say, I want to track exactly individual people and I want to follow them across all of these devices into the store, know what they bought, know their preferences, know a little bit more about them, where they come from, what they're into, so on and so forth. And we have to balance this with privacy, of course. So privacy is extremely important for Google, just as a little headliner before I show you some of these technologies. It is, even just if you ignore the moral standpoint, I think, even just if our customers think that we're not treating their data fairly and securely, they will leave us, right? And if we lose our customers, our user base, we basically lose the advertising space, right? So it's very important to balance sort of new development with privacy. So let's start by augmenting the cookie. This is one of these examples, basically. As you remember, cookie ad click, conversion, that was kind of it. Well, do we know more about these cookies? Well, we certainly do. And this is a nice case study from our friends on the display business, and you'll hear a little bit more about that later, is how to embellish the cookie with audience data. So here's an example of a movie company. They launched a movie in the UK. They do some advertising on YouTube, so on and so forth, so you can watch their trailer, and we then drop a cookie on you. This is classic advertising, right? So we recognize who these people are. We know what they watched. We can see the trailers that they watched. But actually, in Google, we also connect other user data, right? So we see what you browse on the web. We try to profile you a little bit. So we don't know you individually, but we know what you've visited, for example, what kind of things you're into on the internet. And we can paint a little picture of that for our advertisers. It's at aggregate level, not at user level. But we can roughly tell you where these people sit in the UK. We can tell you their sort of age. We have a gender bias that tends to work. And we have some interest categories, so things you're into when you browse the web. And you can look at these when you go to your Google profile. You can look at preferences. You can see what we think, who we think you are. And it's fairly accurate, usually. Gender, we almost always get right, I think. Age is sometimes a little bit off, but it is sort of very, very good for general targeting. So for these people, they launched their movie. For their cookies, they could then see who these people were. They said, this is an interesting new segment for an action movie we're launching, so younger males in particular regions. And we'd like to target these with new adverts for a new action movie that we're running. And after we've shown it to them a couple of times, we don't want to fatigue them totally. We just sort of switch the engine off and show them other advertising. So cookie data, put together with browsing data from Google, gives you a much richer picture, basically. Now, in the first example, what we showed, and this is sort of one of the holy grails in online web tracking, is what happens offline, right? So you interact on the internet, you then do things in real life. And so far, we couldn't really track that. So what we did was studies, basically. We found all sorts of ways of trying to connect that online behavior to offline. We gave people coupons online. We then saw how many of those got sort of put into stores. We could hire econometricians, for example, doing some modeling. We could sort of up our spend in particular regions, see what happened to footfall in stores. And we've proven again and again, really, that there is an effect that online advertising has on behavior in real life, which is great. The problem is obviously that this is case-by-case basis. So it's very hard for you to do. You'll have to invest money into this, basically, have the nerves to go through with the study. So we're starting to develop product that basically surfaces this for you without having to do all this hard work. And one of those is AdWords Offline Conversion Import. This is a relatively simple one. So if you think about it, when somebody clicks on an ad, we get an ID. And let's say, this is a lead gen example, I think, which is quite nice. This is a customer coming and they submit a sort of lead form on the internet. So they'll say, I'm Oliver Baum, I'm interested in a particular product. Can I learn more, please? And with this data, we now basically send the click ID from the cookie. So we say this was our online ID. And we store it in the CRM database. So you have these columns, Oliver Baum, telephone number, wants a call back, cookie ID. And then when you convert, so let's say we follow up on that lead, we go and have lunch with you, or we give you a telephone call via the call center. We then change the lead, and we say has been pursued. We then change the lead again and say has actually bought something to the tune of £350 or so. And what we simply do is load that information back into AdWords, and we can now see which ad click actually triggered that offline conversion. Relatively simple technology, but it bridges the cookie and offline. So it's one more step sort of to painting more of a picture of the real world. Other ways of embellishing the cookie. Well, I said before that we can't really follow people from device to device, right? A cookie is always sort of bound to a browser. Well, what if we could? Well, at Google we can, because you log into plenty of our services. You log into Gmail, you can log into YouTube, so on and so forth. So we actually see you moving from device to device. So what if we gave this information to our advertisers? I need to be very careful here. We're doing this at an aggregate level. So I move on from device to device. And now in AdWords, where previously that relationship broke, basically, somebody clicked on a cookie, moved on, converted elsewhere, we couldn't see it. If somebody is logged into Google, we can now see that they converted on the other device. So this is a sample. This only works for people who actually logged into Google services. So we put some statistics on top, and we see because people who log into Google services are perhaps a little bit different to the main population, how can we extrapolate and make an observation about everybody? And we then surface that data back to you in AdWords. So for every campaign you run, as long as it's big enough, because the statistics have to work, you have to have a good sample size that's unbiased, we give you a statistically significant number of people that we then think converted elsewhere. Not necessarily what they bought yet, it's early days, but this is one step in the right direction, we think, to giving you a better picture of real life. But the future is really about breaking down some of these online and real-world silos. Yeah? So web analytics, and this was in the title, web analytics was kind of cute when it was first developed. We put a cookie on, we put some code onto web pages, and we could then tell where our users went, right? Which pages they saw, how much time they spent there, where they clicked, maybe what they filled out in a form field, what they purchased, so on and so forth. But it was only ever online. We couldn't see offline data really. And this is a new development in Google called Universal Analytics, which you may have heard us talk about at events recently. We're enormously thrilled about this because it really changes the way we track things and what we track. So where we did websites, basically, the first step of Universal Analytics was to allow you to do mobile sites. You can do mobile apps, put Google Analytics on there, much like on a website. But something called the measurement protocol, which sounds dull, but I'm hoping to bring it to life a little bit with a video in a minute, actually shows you that you can now track anything that's digitally connected in Google Analytics. And that means other digital devices. So we've got an example here of a sort of games console, smart TV, but also point of sale data. And to bring that to life, we wanted to play a video of a partner of ours. These are Google Analytics certified partners. They're very whizzy with when it comes to GA. They can implement it. They know the data set inside out. They can analyze it, really bring it to life for you, train you on it. And this particular partner, when UA came out, said, this is all nice and fluffy in your presentations. What do we actually do with it? So they went out and they started tracking their office. If we can play it, please.
Universal Analytics is a game changer. It takes Google Analytics from a tool that measures interactions with websites and mobile apps to a tool that can measure just about anything. It moves from being a tool that measures interactions on a per device or per browser basis to a tool that can track the same user as they access a site on their work PC, their mobile, their home PC, or in our case, as they identify themselves using an RFID key when they make a coffee, but it can do much more. Over the last few months, the analytics team here at Loves Data have been tracking everything we can.
When Universal Analytics was announced, we quickly realized we could literally measure anything with Google Analytics. Consistency across multiple screens is just the start. There's no reason why our coffee machine and our time tracking software can't be tracked consistently so we can accurately tie coffee consumption to billable hours. Shortly after we got access to Universal Analytics, we bought a bunch of sensors, a few Arduino boards with Wi-Fi modules, and held a Universal Analytics hack day to really explore the possibilities of what we could track. So this is one of the tracking modules that we built. We've got two RFID readers here, one for tea and one for coffee, and everyone in our team has an RFID key fob. We make a coffee, we swipe the fob, and this little Arduino module registers the event with Universal Analytics. This tracks the fridge. Scan your RFID key and this flex sensor knows when the fridge was opened. This module tracks movement and distance, so we've got it in front of our company dashboard. When it detects movement, it logs a page view. When someone comes closer, it logs a different page view. And if they stand there long enough that we think they've engaged with it, it logs a third page view that we're tracking as a conversion. Apart from tracking whatever we could, we wanted to produce actionable metrics. So we decided to track ourselves, making coffee, going to the fridge, and also indicators of productivity, hours logged, code commits, and tickets solved. Universal Analytics allows us to track users with an ID from our system, but in this case, we've got a bunch of different IDs. So what we had to do was build an ID broker server that takes any of these IDs and translates our calls to use a consistent ID. So we're doing this with emails, with RFID chips, with our Bitbucket usernames, CRM IDs, and so on. So we swipe this here to register a coffee, and we see it come through in our real-time reports straight away. And if I go in and log a code commit in Bitbucket, we're seeing another event coming through, but it still knows that it's just a one active visitor. Same deal if I update the ticket system and if I open the fridge. And with our time logs tracking into Universal Analytics, I can look at all these events in the context of hours logged, tickets solved, and code commits.
Realistically, we're not all going to start tracking our fridges. So what are the real-world business applications for this technology? The RFID keys we've used here could be used as customer loyalty cards. Both offline and online purchases can be tracked and associated with the same person. With offline and online purchase behavior tracked into one place, we can start conducting integrated consumer behavior analysis and use these insights to optimize our marketing and customer offers. We could also use physical buttons to track offline conversions or integrate with a CRM to track leads as they convert into sales. And we can track physical presence through to online engagement, artworks at exhibitions or display booths at conventions. Talk to Loves Data about what Universal Analytics can do for your organisation. For details, visit lovesdata.com/universal.
Right, so we weren't meant to show that PR bit at the end, but I think they deserve it because it is a really, really nice story. And it's a little bit quirky, but it does show you that GA has basically moved beyond websites. So the code is there, the tool is there, that you can use it. Think about what you'd like to track. And we do have conversations with clients around tracking in-store, what happens to kiosks, for example, what happens to point of sale, and to embellish the data with CRM data, which is very exciting for us. So the most exciting thing about this is it's actually quite straightforward. And this is the piece of code that's used. This is the measurement protocol. I'm not going to bore you much with code, but it's relatively small. If you think about it, if you put this in a browser and hit return, we send a hit into Google Analytics. So So you can kind of ignore the top bit, but all we're sending down here, and this is real code, is we're sending an event. Something happened at the coffee machine, and somebody got a flat white, in keeping with the Australian theme. And this then comes in GA. So very fascinating for us, very simple to do. Now, Ryan already mentioned this. We're still talking about Google Analytics, about this particular ecosystem, this data set that you're querying. And one other thing we announced this year is that we're actually putting Google Analytics data into BigQuery. Ryan talked about BigQuery a little bit. It's a cloud service. You're basically renting space on the Google service. So we run on very, very fast, very secure infrastructure. We allow you to put your data on that same infrastructure using exactly the same technology that we have. And you can query that data, and you sort of pay by query. So if you don't use it much, you pay less as if you query it all the time. And you can put any kind of data set in there. We have a kind of SQL-like query mechanism. It's actually quite straightforward. The beauty is that you can now connect those data sets. So you can take your Google Analytics data set. You can take another one. If you had a common key between the two, and we'll come to that in a little while, you can analyze anything in conjunction. So we've really gone from a sort of web analytics, a bit of code fires on the page at the end and tells you about user behavior, to tracking beyond the website, mobile, offline, so on and so forth, to actually giving you the data rather than these aggregated tables, which are kind of cute and interesting, but they don't really help you solve very, very tricky data problems. And all of that you can marry with data from your other systems. Fascinating for us. So I was lying a little bit when I said the code, the top bit is uninteresting. There's actually this little thing called a CID, which you may have spotted. So at the top, it was just saying we're sending something to Google Analytics, version number, blah, blah, blah. And there's a little ID. And we've always done this in Google Analytics. We've always given people an ID. And that's basically to cookie them. So when you come back, we can say, oh, we've seen that person before. Right? And this ID we've never revealed, so you can't really look in this in reports, for example, but it's always been sitting there in the background. And what we now allow you to do with Universal Analytics, which is the big step, is that you can take this ID and you can set it yourself. Yeah? So you can tell Google Analytics what you want the ID to be. So tracking across devices is one of these use cases, for example. And we'll just have a look at that. Previously, when you come on one device, we set one ID, basically. You then come back on another device, we set another ID. You come back on another browser, we set another ID. It's just a stupid cookie, right? Nowadays, what we can do is we can actually ask you to overwrite that ID. So let's suppose somebody logged in on this mobile phone. Somebody said, I want to access your service. I'm happy to give you my email address. That's usually good enough to identify somebody. We can send you that ID together with the email address to your server, and you can log it. So you can now basically describe what happens online to a particular user. Now, don't send that back to us. In fact, we make it very, very clear that you're not allowed to. You need to update your privacy policy. We don't really want personally identifiable information. It sits in your database. But what you can do is if somebody logs in on the next device, you know that's the same person, if it's the same login, and you can tell us that it's the same person. So you can just ping Google Analytics, and you can say that previous ID, actually delete that. We already have an ID for that person. And then we've covered you on 2 devices. So again, we don't know who you are, but we know you're the same person. So we can be a lot more intelligent in our reporting and actually say that's not just one session interaction. That is one user interacting with us across multiple devices, looking at different content, buying different merchandise, informing decisions in one way, executing sort of transactions in another way, which is fascinating for us. So what's key to this, if you think about it, is that you have that user information, you know who it is. And you really need to think about ways of capturing that, of getting users to reveal themselves if you want to use this technology. So login is one obvious example. Another one is newsletters, because they're usually named, so they have your hello, Mr. Oliver Baum at the top. People are usually opted into the fact that you're using their data. If they click on a link, you can then use that email ID, for example, and join the 2 together. But think of ways of making people do this. Because unless you get this data, you get them to reveal themselves voluntarily. You're not going to get that great data set. And I'm out of time, but the last thing I wanted to plant is sort of, which is where it comes full circle really for us as Google, is the best way to get people to reveal themselves is if you give them something in return, right? So if you give them a better service by doing this. And this is really what we work on at Google all the time. So you can see 2 different examples, and this is kind of quite cute, but we're getting better at this all the time. is a YouTube page. This is a non-logged in YouTube page. I did have a look. These are the top 10 things to do if you want to become a proper man. And then you have gaming, I think, and you have a car advert. And I don't really game. I don't drive a car. In fact, I'm into bicycles. Don't know about the proper man, but it's totally untargeted, right? And on the second one, I've logged in. So this is a colleague of mine saying, here's something cool you should watch. And here's some videos associated with my interests. So you can tell I've done this with my corporate account. This is all about analytics and AdWords and things. My private one would probably look very differently. But we're giving you a much, much better experience by making you log in. And we work across this on YouTube, on Gmail, on internet services. We want you to have a better experience. You're happy for us to use that login information, basically. You're happy to log in. And we can help you make your advertising a lot more effective. Totally aggregate data. But aggregate data is still really, really powerful when what you had before was a very, very simple user session. And I'll leave you with that thought. I'm slightly over time. I'll move on to the next speaker, I think.
Thank you very much, Oliver.
Thank you.
So thank you, Oliver. Thank you to the 30 people who have tweeted so far. So just a reminder, the hashtag is Future of Data. Please make my morning, say something. Next up is Andrew Carroll. Andrew comes from one of the old school, new school of entrepreneurs, and he went to school at Eton. And I meet loads of entrepreneurs who went to school at Eton. It really is quite a hotbed of emerging commercial ideas. His career changed direction after his MBA at Cass Business School, where his thesis was based on the notion of digital or paperless receipts. And he's done rather well for himself. He created a company about 2.5, 3 years ago. He's recruited a kind of who's who of retail luminaries to sit on his board. His chairman is Sir Lord Maclaurin, who was the CEO and chairman of Tesco. His investors are people like Neville Wright, who founded KiddyCare that sold to Morrison's, and his non-execs are people like me, actually. So no further ado, let me hand over to Andrew.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Robert, for the kind words. We're going to go out on a limb slightly here and show you some of our live kit. So hopefully with the power of Google behind us and my trusty assistant, Debbie McGee, here, that we won't fall down. But there's something slightly inevitable about digital receipts. If you think about the digital world within which we live, you know, we all read papers and books on our iPads. We pay for goods without cash. We check our bank statements online, and even our wallets are soon to go digital. But still, at the end of most transactions, we're still receiving a paper receipt at the end of it. Digital receipts from a retail perspective offers a huge amount of opportunity. Digital receipts can be seen as an enabler driving incremental sales and visits. And it's this bit that we at eReceipts are really focused on. eReceipts is really about linking customers to their transactions over time, and then understanding all that data and then utilizing that data to relevantly engage back with customers. So without further ado, we'll show you some of our stuff. So if you think from our perspective, what we really do is we identify customers at checkout. This can be as simple as an email address, but it can be other things like loyalty cards, telephone numbers, credit debit cards, whatever the retailer wants to be able to use at checkout to uniquely identify each customer. In this instance, you can see here, we've actually provided a GUI interface whereby if a retailer is unable to change a POS field on their POS software, we can provide them with something. So the integration actually sits outside of their ePOS software itself. So the cashier would check out as normal. And in this instance, this is just a straight emailed receipt. And here we see we've mocked up a Google retail shop. And this is the digital receipt that gets delivered. Now, from a customer perspective, it doesn't just have to be an emailed receipt. So this is an example of one of our clients, Booths, for who we run their loyalty card scheme for. And one of the benefits for Booths customers is when they swipe their card, they get a digital receipt that actually is sent through to their online platform. So the customers can consume their receipts via the Booths website. As you can see here, this is just one of those receipts. Now, the point for the customers in this groceries perspective is the ability to understand exactly where you spend your money. So if you think roughly 50 to 60% of your income goes on your groceries, this gives you a much more granular level outline of where you spend your money rather than checking it on your online bank statement. All data that we send out is captured. So we process and monitor all the emails and who opens them and when they get opened. And we also provide dashboards for retailers. So retailers can export the data in any format they want to their own existing CRM tools or business analytics tools, or we can provide them with some reporting tools ourselves. So here, this is just an example of one of our smaller fashion outlets in London, whereby they just do the straight emailed receipt. And as you can see, they're converting roughly in the region of 70% of all their transactions are now sent as emails. So they're capturing a huge amount of customer information, linking their transactions over time. And the other very interesting thing here is if you see on the top here, if you can go back one, sorry, Clive. Transactions that are sent as an email, the average basket is 133 quid, where if they're sent without an email, it's just under £100. So either it's your more loyal customers using the service, or it's just because they're items of higher value that customers want to keep as a receipt. You can dig deeper and you can go down to a more granular level whereby you can actually see the performance of your cashiers, depending on their conversion rates, the totals that they bring in, their sales analysis. And there are many other views. So, for example, with Booths, one of the things we offer is a heartbeat to all their tills. So every 5 minutes, their tills send us a heartbeat, and their IT team logs in every day to make sure that actually all their tills are alive and functioning. In Booth's instance, it's all about that single view of the customer. So this is an example. This is not really one of Booth's ideal customers, but we call this guy Coke and Fags Man. As you can see, he's shopped 60 times between September and to date. He's always shopped in the same store, which is Keswick. And pretty much every day he buys half a litre of Coke and a packet of fags. So we all wait with bated breath to see the day that he doesn't come in the next day, but wait and see. But it shows you the granularity of the data that we're able to link from a POS perspective to the end customer. And it's the light touch integration that makes it very accessible for retailers to use. So once you have all this sort of vast quantities of data, it's then about linking those transactions or doing something with that data to enhance the customer experience. So we provide what we call engagement triggers, which are frequency, value, time, and location. And the types of engagement are your standard loyalty points. They can be vouchers. They can be unique content. So, for example, in the case of Booths, we can actually see what's in those baskets and then suggest recipes based on the items within those baskets. Going back to the Booths example, this is just one example of how they do it. So as a Booths card holder, you get 10% off particular seasonal items. When that 10% tots up to a fiver, you actually get a physical voucher that you can then go and redeem in store. So here is the badges that sit on the retailer dashboard. So this customer has had two £5 vouchers sent to him, and the current value of his total discount to date is £1.79. So when that tots up to a fiver, he'll get another discount. And again, that links back to the Booths website. So we again provide iframe widgets for Booths to place on their own website where they can their customers consume that data. So very simply, eReceipts really, as I said, allows retailers to capture customer data linked to transaction data that is fairly easy to do and fairly low level, and it's something that's it's inevitably going to happen at some point. And the key is really making the digital receipts something that is valuable to retailers and customers by using that data to engage with those customers in a relevant manner. So as I say, in summary, really, it's all about data capture, data understanding, and then delivery of engagement back to customers in a relevant and meaningful manner. And this is basically what, as Robert said, our chairman describes it as eReceipts as being loyalty 2.0. It provides retailers with a universal mechanism for tracking and targeting all customers, irrespective of channel or payment method. And I'm well under time, so that's probably a good thing for you, Robert, is it?
those of you watching on Hangout, you don't need to adjust your sets. That wasn't Debbie McGee. It was a silent South African called Clive, so don't worry. So next up, we have Neil Carden. Neil is the Director of Insight and Planning at the Cooperative Group. Neil started his academic career with a degree in information systems management. So Martina, when you ask the question of any sort of pointy-headed people in the room, Neil is one of them, but he stayed silent. He then started his career in consulting before moving on to be head of information and analytics for MasterCard, and he joined Co-op about a year ago. The title of Neil's presentation just needs a bit of explaining. It's called Big Data or We Data. Before any of you start thinking there's another co-op crisis underway with We Data, I should clarify that Neil is Scottish, and as you will know, We is Scottish for small. So let me hand over to Neil Carden.
Thank you, Robert, for the translation services there. That was good. I should clarify, I am not a pointy head. My first degree was in law, so I'm about as far from pointy-headedness as you can get. So I'm Neil Carden, work for the Co-op. It's interesting times for the Co-op at the moment, and I'm not going to talk about that at all. So please don't ask me any questions. First thing I should share with you is that we also have Coke and Fags Man at the Co-op. Two interesting things that you should know about those individuals. First, in Scotland, it's Iron Brew and Fags. And secondly, it tends to be a breakfast purchase. I don't know if you've done that analysis there. But it is a breakfast of choice for a surprisingly large proportion of the population. So I suspect my role here today is to be the slightly sceptical, grumpy jock, and I'm not going to disappoint on that. My role within the Co-op is Insight Director. So Insight Director is a relatively new type of job. There's a small community of us. We're generally figuring out what it is that we're supposed to be doing. My mandate within the Cooperative Group is to help the business make better decisions. So let me tell you a wee bit about the group. This is one. So for those who don't know, about half of UK households shop in the Co-op in some regard or other in any one year. So 20 odd million households. You're closer to a cooperative store than any other retail outlet, on average across the UK. We have 7 million members. We're owned by our members. So anybody who pays £1 gets the membership card, they effectively become 1/7 millionth owner of the Co-op. We have somewhere between 12 and 15 million customers on an average week coming through one of our businesses. We're a bank, just about. We're a food business with just shy of 3,000 outlets, primarily convenience, mainly less than 7,000 square feet. So we're small shops, so Fags and Booze Man, ideal for us. We are also the largest funeral provider in Europe. We're the #3 pharmacy provider, and we're one of the few businesses in the UK who've achieved what's called an alternative legal license. So we are providing legal services to people. Our cooperative values and principles are at the heart of what we do. So for our 110,000 employees, it's all about a complex web of what should we do, what shouldn't we do, ethical values and principles and rules, which basically boil down to don't be evil. Now, we did that about 150 years ago. This year is the 150th birthday of the Co-op. One of the things that the Co-op has found over the last 30 years in particular, that you've got to balance things. You can only concentrate on so many things at once. And when you're balancing, how do I not be evil, with how do I also make money, because the Co-op's not a charity. We were set up specifically to provide economic value to the members. So we are there to make money, and we have to value that again, balance that against our values and principles. But it's difficult to do those two things at the same time, and there's a constant tension within the business. What I hope you notice is that the tension between our values and making money doesn't leave room for the customer. And one of the things that the Co-op has realised is that it stopped listening to the customer at some point in the past and started thinking too much about what it was doing, its values, and how to make money. So my job is to put the customer right back in the heart of everything the co-op does. Our tools for doing that are big and wee data. They're all the means that we have for listening to customers, understanding what it is they want and what they need, and then the deployment of that through to making better decisions and changing things for customers at the shelf edge. So one of the things that I had to decide for myself when you're figuring out what the job scope for Insight is, my job is not just to generate interesting stuff. We don't just throw out charts and PowerPoints and that sort of thing. My job isn't finished until something changes for the customer for the better. Insight, big data, wee data are the tools by which we create change for the customer. So going back to the value chain right at the back, at the beginning of the session, Ryan talked about that commercialised box at the end of the value chain. If there's one thing I could leave you with today, that's the difficult bit. So at the risk of pissing you all off, the technical side of things is easy, by comparison. So as a useful rule of thumb, we work on the basis for every pound we spend on technology, we'll have to spend between 2 and 4 on actually getting any benefit out of the technology. And typically the most expensive bit of that is changing the way that people make decisions and changing the behaviours of the people in our store support office, the people who are making decisions of what to put on the shelves, the people who are making decisions of how to do advertising, how to do marketing, the people who are making decisions about how to get goods from one part of the country to the other. That's what you've got to change to get any benefit at all out of big data. On its own, it doesn't achieve anything. So that's the tricky bit. The means we use to go about changing that is by understanding the way people make decisions. So one of the things that we've realised is that it is easier to understand how somebody makes a decision today and inject the right insight at the right time in that process than it is to change the way somebody thinks and the way they make decisions. So if you want to create change and create value, you're much better understanding how people do things today and working out how to make that better. That'll get you the value quicker and easier. Once you've got their hearts and minds and they understand the value, particularly of evidence-based decision making, then you can show them new ways of thinking and doing. But you've got to convince people. We've been around a long time. I think the average tenure of employees within the co-op is more than 20 years. We've got people who are used to acting and thinking in certain ways, so we've got to change those things. We're also a bricks and mortars environment mostly. So it's much harder for us to change than it is for people who are in an online-only environment. But we need to change, and we need to listen to customers, and we need to do things better for them. So, as Rob said, I joined a wee bit over a year ago. I've only got a few slides here. It's a simple story. What we've done is 2 things. In the background, we've worked on our infrastructure, so we've built a bucket, and we've put as much data into it as we can. So we've created a repository of big data. We've done it in less than a year. Normally it takes a lot longer to do that, and it's there and waiting, and we've got analysts who are working on that just now. In the meantime, though, what we've been doing is demonstrating to the business the value that you can get from using data and changing the way that you make decisions. I'll just talk you through some simple examples. These are the same examples that I talked through the executive of the business, the board of the business, to help them understand what this is all about and why it matters. So, we're a convenience store. The shelf space is a premium. We've got lots of stores that aren't even 7,000 square foot, that are smaller than 3,000 square foot. It really matters what we have on our shelves. One of the things that's most important to our customers is that when they come into our shop, we've got what they want. So range is absolutely vital for a convenience retailer. Having looked at what customers want when they buy it, we had 3 different large variety packs of chocolates because that's what we thought our customers wanted. It turns out that when we did the analysis of customer selection and what they were actually buying when they went in and what we could substitute for it, a variety pack would do just as well for them. So we could shrink 3 items down to 1 and fulfill the same customer need. No decline, so much more shelf space opened up for other items to sell, no decline in the amount that we're selling. So it might seem obvious, these things aren't always obvious. Second example here doesn't come out very well, honey. We had up to 20 different types of honey on our shelves. Nobody, I've never met anybody, I shouldn't say nobody, I've never met anybody who ever buys more than 1 type of honey. I know lots of people who buy 0 types of honey, but I don't know anybody who buys multiple types of honey. But when you look at the substitutability of honey, whether somebody will go in and buy, if their honey is not on the shelf, they'll buy another type of honey. It turns out that people love their type of honey. You can't rationalise that shelf space, because if they don't have the type of honey they want, they will turn around and they'll go and shop somewhere else. So there, we've made one decision better because as a commercial opportunity we can use that shelf space more effectively. We've made another decision not to do anything differently. And as often as not, we find that doing nothing turns out to be the right decision. The other example we hear is it's all about listening to customers. It's all about understanding how customers are experiencing you and what you can do for them. In a normal business, I would be looking at retention modelling, attrition modelling, understanding who my high-value customers are, and I'd be marketing to them and trying to keep them. At the Co-op, because we're the Co-op, we do things a wee bit differently. So what we decided was we wanted to understand who would most benefit from being thanked for their custom. So which of our members should we be saying thank you to? And how should we be saying thank you to them? So we now have a program in place that regularly goes out to our customers. We can't talk to everybody. We're operating in a world of constrained finance and constrained ability to execute on our marketing aspirations. So we go out and say thank you to those people who most appreciate the thank you, not those who would give us the highest return on the investment for our marketing, but who most appreciate. As it happens, and we find this quite a lot, when you show love to your customers, when you show them that you value them and you've listened to them and that you understand them, they become more valuable as well. So what we've said is, and the phrase we use internally, we have faith that if we create value for customers, they will create value for us. We don't waste our analytical time proving things through business cases all the time where it's not necessary. We believe that if we do the right thing for customers in the right way, in the way that they want it, they'll come back to us, they'll keep shopping with us, we'll retrain their trade. So it's about doing the right thing. Of course, we're analysts, so we do prove it as well. The finance director wouldn't let me away with it entirely. But we do operate on faith a lot of the time. So I'm just going to close on, there's three things to take out of this. So big data is grand. It's a tool. You can use it to help you make decisions about who to target for thank you offers, for what products to have in your shelf. It doesn't answer all questions. It's about finding the right tool for the job. So we use data, typically research data, simple analysis, that sort of stuff, to target how we use big data, and we found it's much more effective and much more cost efficient as a result. So three examples of things that are hard to get to with big data, but if you use we and big data together, they work much better for you. So the first is, you need to understand what is important to your customers. And that's quite hard to get at with big data. My hypothesis here is you do actually need to know the why, and big data isn't great at getting you to the why of things. To get to the why of things, you actually have to talk to people usually. Now, people don't always tell the truth. Sometimes you have to work out what's going on behind the scenes and come at it from different ways. But with our funerals business, we worked on the assumption for a long time that the most important thing when you're buying a funeral, and remember, as a customer of the funeral business, you're the loved one of the deceased. So the most important thing we had thought was the service that's provided. It has to be impeccable. You have to be treated in an incredibly professional manner. And we do that, and we pride ourselves on that. And we have award-winning customer service as a result of the investment we've made in that area. It turns out, though, when you talk to customers, what they really want is a personalised service. They want the funeral to be the right funeral for their loved ones, the best one they can possibly be. And that allows us to change the way that we advertise. So if you've seen any of the TV ads, any of the press ads, they talk not about the service that we provide, but the fact that as the Co-op, if you want any song played that was particularly meaningful for your loved one, we'll make sure that was played. If you want the funeral cortege to go through a specific location, we'll make sure that happens. And that was one really small bit of wee data. The second bit where wee data I think works better than big data is understanding the parameters within which decisions are made. So big data is great at proper structured discipline, test and learn, talk to customers, see what happens, understand the response of that, try something else, see if that works better or worse than the last thing you did. But it's important that you also understand the why of things. So when somebody, so if I, just using targeting and behavioural data, response data, that sort of thing, for a direct mail campaign for our insurance business, I would understand, broadly which creative works. I could test the different tweaks, that sort of stuff. But by actually having cameras in people's houses and watching and marrying that to the response data and seeing how they opened the envelope and what they did with it as a result. I sit there poring over hours of video with pictures of dogs grabbing the post and running down the corridor and that sort of thing. And understanding, well, when that happened, what then happened to the mail? Was it opened? Was it read? Was it responded to? Did they take up the offer the next day and the next month? That sort of thing. And bringing the two bits together are much more powerful than either one individually. Last thing is, I found through experience, particularly in financial services, big data tends to reach a state of equilibrium. You optimize the hell out of a decision, you build your propensity models, they predict excellently, you act on them, and over time they go stale and they lose value. There's a state of equilibrium. You have to throw a rock in the pond to disrupt the equilibrium. And what WeData allows you to do is to understand a consumer decision, a consumer need, in enough detail to give you a hypothesis, to give you clues. Insights detective work. You follow clues that lead you to a conclusion, and you then take a decision and an action. And WeData is great at giving you those clues. You then use big data to act on those clues. Okay. So we're in a continuing journey, and I'm outside and flashing red, and there's not a picture of Robert flashing up, but I'm imagining his face. It's difficult times for the co-op at the moment, but we're putting the customer right back at the heart of everything that we do. It's making a difference on our shelves, and we're very proud of the work that we've done. So thank you.
He started with Fags and Irn-Bru Man and ended on funerals, so I thought it was a very a cradle-to-grave presentation. Next up, we're about 25 minutes away from a break. For those of you desperately keen to grab a coffee and do some more tweeting on Future of Data is the hashtag. Next up, we've got Lucia Mastromauro, who is Head of Sales and Account Management at DoubleClick at Google. 10 years experience in the online world. Previous experience included being a digital advisor at the United Nations and also working at eBay, where she worked on the tech development side of programmatic buying. So let me hand over to Lucia.
Hi, everybody. So I'm not here to talk about data. I'm here to talk about how to get your digital house in order. And I sort of promised that I'll keep the OCD side of things aside. But as we heard from previous speakers, really, it is not about the big data so much, it's about the WeData, as well as the insights that you get from that. But you can have all the data in the world, and you can collect all the data in the world, but if you don't actually start processing and applying it in a way that you can actually gain an outcome out of it, it goes for nothing. You can analyze as much data as you want, but if you don't push that back into your marketing campaigns, it's not going to be of that much value to you in terms of marketing activity. So I just wanted to share something with you.
Whoa. Showtime. There's me. Boom. Oh! I'm
You're welcome.
Right. Welcome to the Google House. A couple of weeks ago, Google set up this house just around the corner at Fitzroy Square. By using devices like Google Chromecast, it allowed basically for any visitor who was logged in the house to navigate the house and take with them their sort of media library across the house. So it was a connected experience, and they could use their mobile phone or tablet to push videos to the TV and actually be seen as one person across the house. So here we have Brian, and I assume the other guy is called Dave, just relaxing and chatting about and pushing their videos to the TV. In a different room, in a study, you have Angela doing some her PhD research for fine arts, and in the bedroom you have Fleur. Some of you might know Fleur from YouTube, and Saskia just chatting on a hangout with their friends just before they go out. Now, all of these people in the house have something in common. Anybody might have a guess? No, that's not true. Not all of them. They're all connected, yes, you could say that, but I'll give you a little tip. They all have a guilty pleasure between them all. Right, and like me, they all love the X Factor. And they were watching the X Factor last Sunday. And in between the middle break, basically, they all saw the main adverts by those brands, and we were there too. But although the formats cannot be faulted and the impact cannot be faulted, the question is the main X Factor break slot the means to actually personalize your message to them, or does that one-size-fits-all message really works for everybody? One can argue that around this time of the year, pre-Christmas, all of those brands can relate mostly to all of those users. But again, how do you take that message beyond just that one commercial? And how do you continue to engage with that user beyond that? Or one-size-fits-all messages always work. Moving on a little bit into devices, what you see is that this year, for example, about 66% of all connected devices sold were either a tablet or a mobile phone. Mobile video growth, it's literally predicted, and we believe that prediction, that's going to grow close to 2,500% from now until 2017. I think this is astounding. And in my view, it's not just important to a marketeer in the sense of they should start getting their offline TV videos into YouTube or other means, but also all of these formats and growth and engagement, basically all the same users in the house, what they are doing is leaving behind traces, leaving behind signals as they navigate, as they experience the web, as the Google Analytics guy spoke a little bit earlier. We can track all of those, and we can report back on all of those, as well as Google has their source of data, as well as the publishers also have their source of data. So this is a huge amount of signals and pointers out there that you can start using to inform how you talk to your consumers. Just 4 of the biggest sites in the UK, every single second will collect about 55,000 signals. So when you go from, I wouldn't say quite mass market, because the X Factor is tailored to certain audiences, to actually every time you interact with your client online, are you just pushing the same message again, or sort of a tailored campaign but that has 10 different messages, or are you going to start to basically talking to them every time in a different voice, or or connecting with them in a way that at that moment means something to them? So it's the context and the intent being leveraged as well. If you look at the amount of data that's kind of being gathered, is huge as well. It's a 6-fold increase from 2007 to 2012 and a 3-fold increase up to 2017. So this is all the signals that you could be leveraging for marketing campaigns. The question is, how do you do that, right? You can collect all the data that you want, but if you don't have your house in order, if your technology is not aligned and built on a solid foundation, you might find it difficult to actually move from system to system, and you might lose the connection along the way and bits and bobs there. Basically, right now, a lot of the technologies, or historically, a lot of the technologies were built in silos. The companies that dealt with search would build their tech for search. The companies that dealt with display would build their technology for display separately. The teams in agencies and clients that operate those technologies sit very different sides of the room, sometimes in even different offices, and hardly talk to each other. But again, if you actually start from the mindset of putting all of those on top of the same foundation, what you start getting is basically a sort of a stack that fits like your own house, that sits with the same cookie pool, for example. So as you have your consumer, you're not looking at multiple consumers across your channels, but you're looking at the same consumer passing through search, display, social, and most importantly, the analytics piece. So as we heard a lot about analytics today, a lot of people think of analytics as a way of tracking and keeping account of what your consumers are doing on your site or a little bit beyond your site. For display guys, they can track all of that they want online, and then when the user drops on the site, that's a different team that takes care of that tracking. But what if you use those insights from analytics to actually inform all your marketing activity in real time? And you can only do that once you have your technology house kind of housed together. Once you have that in place, you can then start looking at your CRM data, your predictive analytics signals, and push that into your house, kind of have a barbecue together every so often. Your third-party data to inform what kind of audiences you have there. And if I start getting techy, please raise your hand. I'll go back to analogies. Just to give you guys a little bit of a flavor for how this can work, right? Normally, RTB, if you talk about RTB, a lot of people, when they start thinking about doing RTB, they think, oh, that's like search. I might get some of my search guys to execute on that. And then as soon as they try that, they see that isn't quite the same. The efficiencies of operating search, paid search, can be very similar to RTB, but RTB is in itself a different beast. So you try that, then often people will just push those groups to different parts of the room again, and they don't talk to each other again. But if you have a technology that's based on the same foundations, that data should flow seamlessly. You should see the same user across both channels. And I've got a couple of examples here from some of my clients. So this is from Neo at Ogilvy. These are 3 different clients, and I hope you can see it. Basically, lifestyle, consumer electronics, and travel, 3 of their clients. This uplift they gained by applying Search Insight for context on RTB buying in real time. So actually, every time that they try to buy an impression, that impression is bought based on what they already know works for that client in search in real time. 79% increase in click-through rates, pretty a great result for that lifestyle client, but a 260% increase in conversion rate for a travel client is absolutely massive. This is another one from Vivaki. So what they did here with search is basically apply the keywords that their clients clicked on straight into their RTB strategy. So basically, if someone clicked on the brand of the car or a keyword related to that luxury car, they would remarket to that user, leveraging that keyword and customizing the message to the client in real time. They got a 24% lower CPA on that campaign, which was extremely successful. So again, it is about getting your house in order. But what if you can leverage the analytics signals and sort of analytics, Google Analytics per se, offers about 200 dimensions that you can optimize towards. So what you can actually do is, all the data that you track with it, you can bring it to your technology house. Here I'm talking about DoubleClick, and actually apply what you know about your customer. So let's say they come into your site, they travel through different sections, they spend X amount of time in one place, X amount of time in another place. You can start building a picture and inferring a profile of that customer, who later, if you see on a web, you can then apply the same learnings to optimize on how you speak to them, be it on your bid. You can bid higher, you can bid lower, be it on your search bids. You can so customize how you bid within your search to actually favor your analytics profile, as well as customize your creative based on what you know from their search behavior on your site. So this is actually bringing together the entire house. I'm not going to speak about social, not to steal Rebecca's thunder, but about all the other elements is actually having a joint strategy and not talking about silos anymore. And then when you speak to your client, it's not a sequential message. It's not a sequential process. It's actually having your data at the center and applying that data in sort of rather than being sequentially, applying that data in a way that in real time you can customize the message based on what you know for that client, but you can do the bidding and choose to buy impressions or to customize your search message in tandem rather than as a sequencing. I don't know if that quite resonates with a lot of people, but if you have done tests on how to create your messages and actually pushing them out, you will see that having that real-time insight really helps, because you can, at the same time, the decision that you're making to buy and bid high or low, and the decision to how your creative will look like, once you can combine them, you get a major uplift. Unfortunately, I couldn't find a case study specifically, but I'm working on that. So yeah, and once you have your house in order, you can bring in things like predictive analytics. So if you have a propensity to buy, let's say a model or any modeled up data, you can just bring into that house and let that be part of your joined up strategy. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Luci. So the final session before a coffee break is going to be a moderated panel. You see 3 empty chairs. 2 of them will be filled. Someone is running a little late. So what I'd like to do is invite Fintan Costello, who's head of e-gaming at Google, to come up and to introduce his panel. After this, we're going to take a coffee break. I'll just explain logistics in a moment. Fintan.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I realise that we're standing between everybody and a toilet and a coffee break, so we promise to be absolutely on time and not take advantage of that. So Tobin sadly is running a little bit late, so can't make it. So if I knew Tobin, this is where I'd tell an embarrassing story about him, just to get a little bit of revenge. Sadly, I don't, so I'm going to let him away with it. We have 2 people joining me on stage today. Rebecca, who is EMEA head of agency at Wildfire. Wildfire is the social media marketing platform that Google bought back in 2012. And please, join us. We also have Otto. Otto is the sports marketing director at Betfair. Betfair, for those who don't know, is one of the world's largest gaming companies. Yeah, I'll take the embarrassing seat in the middle. It's fine. So Betfair is one of the largest gaming companies, and Betfair we'll start with Betfair in a second. But I think Betfair is a great example and a great company to look at for innovation. So the first mobile bet I placed on a phone was a Nokia, and to age the Nokia, it had Snake 2, and Snake 2 had just come out. So Betfair have been at the forefront of innovation and tech innovation for a very, very long time. And they're also not afraid of some big numbers. So we're talking about big data today. So what was I had to write this down because it was that big. Where is it? 2.2 billion pounds is transacted on mobile alone. Is that per day or per week or per month?
Yeah, in a year.
Per year. Okay, so it's not that big. It's only 2.2. So Betfair transacted 2.2 billion pounds on mobile per year.
and that's growing rapidly. So it's a massive, massive part of their business. So maybe that's a really good place to start. So if we start with Otto and we talk about what does big data mean to you and what does it mean to Betfair?
Okay, so thanks for having me here. I think when we think about Betfair, and I joined this business beginning of the year, I have to say the numbers are staggering. So 2.2 billion pounds on mobile, 50% of our exchange customers bet on mobile. The majority of our activations actually come from there. So there are a couple of things that are big issues for us and big challenges in that environment. I think one is, I think people think about or talk about mobile first. That's clearly an organizational challenge as much as it is a conceptual challenge. So how do we organize around making sure that whatever we do works cross-platform and is completely connected? By the way, I'll give you another stat. 20% of our customers bet on a mobile during a wedding. So make of that what you want. I hope it's not the groom. But for example, though, we developed a product about a year ago called Cash Out. And Cash Out, I think, is another really innovative feature. But it's a product that's purely based on what can I do with the product and the platform and the always connected consumer. So for those of you who are not into sports gambling, Cash Out lets you, when you place the bet before the game, during the game, at any point during the game, you can cash out your bet and take your winnings or cut your losses for that matter. What happens there is really interesting because it all happens in the final part of the game. And therefore, our mobile platforms need to be really ready for that moment. What concerns us from a probably more marketing point of view is where is this going to move in terms of how we think about connecting with our consumers? And I see two trends here. One is we'll all move, and I think it was just mentioned, we'll all move into a highly automated world. Because with those kinds of numbers, we really need to automate about everything we do. And we need to become very smart at how we do that. And I think programmatic advertising was mentioned. We think harder about programmatic marketing. So how do we deliver customized services at any given point in time to our consumers and wherever they are and in a way that actually feels and is a personalized service. Another thing I wanted to mention, which hasn't come up today yet, is what does that mean for creative? And what does it mean for the message, actually? So let's not forget in all this data, and we're pulling out, millions of tweets and millions of customers. We need to make sure that the creative uses and leverages actually that knowledge. Huge challenge for anybody from creative agencies to creative production houses. We don't need a couple of banner ads. Right? We need hundreds iterated, optimized daily to make this work. So these are just two. I think the third one that I find really interesting, might want to talk about, is the importance of video and what that actually means. So, Vine is a 6-second video, which I think on average is viewed 3 times, so you get kind of 18 seconds. But what kind of message can I communicate in 6 seconds that you decode in 18 seconds? It's very different to a 30-second ad. So what does that mean?
Brilliant. And Rebecca, obviously being with Wildfire, you get to see quite a lot of different industries because obviously Wildfire works with a wide range of global companies. What does big data mean to you and to the companies that you work with?
Yeah, definitely. So for those of you who don't know, Wildfire is a social content management platform. We were acquired last summer and are increasingly working with the likes of DoubleClick and Google Analytics to sort of start to tie the social piece into the digital space. And I think for us, the challenge that we really see a lot of our clients, both on the agency side and the brand side, really struggling with is the fact that social is sort of facing, I think, in many respects in 2014, a bit of a year of reckoning. I think in the past, social marketing has really been kind of the field of dreams. Kevin Costner fans in the house? You guys seen the movie? Spaceball. I'm from the Midwest, so I apologize for that in advance. But it has been, right? And we've all sort of been, I think, burned to some degree by this concept of the fact that social is a field of dreams, right? If you build it, they will come, right? If you build a Facebook profile, if you launch a Twitter feed, if you build a YouTube channel or a Google Plus page, people will come. And the reality is actually, that's not always the case. It's a challenge, right, to really make social work for your business. And we believe that in 2014, CMOs, CEOs are starting to ask the question, okay, I go to digital conferences all the time, social is always on the agenda, people are saying I need to invest more, what am I getting out of it? And I think that that's one of the biggest challenges that our clients are really facing. And when it comes to social, I think in a lot of respects it is stuck kind of where digital was in many respects about 10 years ago. You all probably remember those days when a campaign was designed and developed. There was a really great TV concept, print was ready to go, and you're ready to launch, and at the last minute somebody says, shit, do we need to launch a website for this? Should we have a microsite like out somewhere where people can go and buy it? And the reality is that I think social in a lot of respects has been stuck in that space, right? At the last minute, do we need to address this on our YouTube channel? Should we launch a Facebook page for this? And you guys on the data side feel that pain, right? Because after there's a big fire drill and a Facebook page is launched, G+ page is addressed, YouTube channel is filled with videos, a couple weeks later, the CMO comes to you and says, remember that fire drill that we ran? What did that do for me? And I think in a lot of respects, you get stuck holding the bag on the data side, having to piece together what was a badly planned, badly tracked, badly integrated social campaign, right? And that, in a lot of respects, is the challenge that our space in social really faces. And what Wildfire, in concert with DoubleClick and Google Analytics, is working really hard to help you address. So that's really what I'm seeing when it comes to
So what you're saying is Wildfire is helping address the classic ROI of social media question? Is that the...
Yeah,
is that the statement we're making here?
That's what we're working on. Yeah, that's what we're working on. So we're essentially, we're in the process of sort of plugging Wildfire into GA and DFA in such a way that you can actually track, from display, from search, through social, landing pages, through tweets, through posts on Facebook, posts on Google+, all the way through ultimately to conversion. So our recent integrations allow you to look at a Twitter post and say how much revenue was driven, for example, which is pretty exciting because not only can you do that, because certainly that can be done today, but it's extremely manual. So those of you who have actually been in a position to try to track that kind of stuff have seen that essentially what you do is you send your community managers a sheet, an Excel spreadsheet full of links that include GA tracking codes, and you cross your fingers and hope that those links are actually used and that the tracking codes aren't messed up. And what we're doing is automatically laying that tracking information into every single piece of content that you post. So yeah, we're trying to address
So
that.
obviously, I'll come to Otto now. I'm talking about social. So for those that aren't aware, Betfair has embraced social probably to the heart of its business as well. One of its Twitter feeds, the Betfair Poker feed, is one of the most infamous, possibly, feeds in the UK right now. My favorite tweet from yesterday was, and they said, if you only read one tweet today, don't make it this one. So it's quite interesting, but obviously from a business perspective, obviously I know Betfair does quite a lot of attribution work. How do you guys measure that? How does that work?
It's very interesting because I think in my world you can look at social in two different ways. So I think on the one hand it is all about the ROI and figuring out how does it drive engagement. But even beyond that, what does it actually mean for your business? The data challenge here is one of actually connecting, in simple terms, that front-end data with the back-end. So connecting through to what does this mean in our case for betting volumes, ultimately, how important are the Twitterati and so on for our business. So the poker feed, what does it actually mean on the back end? We're making some great progress in that space. I think like looking forward, that really needs to be solved. And looking beyond that, actually we need to build in social into the product itself. And that actually closes the loop from the front. So what's happening currently, I think in most industries, products get built. There's maybe some thought of social, but it got to have a share button somewhere. Let's put it there, right? Okay. But that is actually not what really works. So I thought about some examples of what really works. Not Betfair examples, but it's fine. Who of you plays Candy Crush? Yes. What level are you at? 84. Well, you beat 75. Me by that. So today, Candy Crush will be played 700 million times. And there are 250 million unique users. And for those of you who don't know Candy Crush, you might know Bejeweled. It's the same thing. So it's a game developed by King, which basically has social built into the game. So if I reach a level, I can send out lives. People on Facebook send lives back to me. I can ask for help. And I can, at every point in this game, I am connected with the friends on Facebook that play Candy Crush as well. And I'm sort of trying not to out myself here too much from playing Candy Crush. I'm on level 35. However, what does this tell us? So we compare this freemium experience. So you can play, you can buy in-app, advancing to levels, getting more help basically, to gambling as a real money gambling. And then suddenly we understand there are some real differences. So for example, in the social world, gamers want to win very often. So you want to advance on small levels, right? In real money gambling, you don't win very often. So if we now look at that and think through just that simple example, okay, so what do I need to do to make a real gambling experience actually social? And fast forwarding the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years, how do we do that? How do we do that on a mobile platform? Mm-hmm. How do we bring these worlds together? Understand that. I think for every business, that question is key. What does my brand experience, my customer experience actually mean in the social world, and how does that change? Love the Airbnb example of actually my most valuable customers are the ones who have the biggest word of mouth effect, right? And invite more people in. How do you then drive that and work with that?
Okay, cool. And I think, but giving as a Candy Crush player, I think for me one of the biggest benefits of Candy Crush is just the seamless integration. Mm-hmm. So it doesn't matter if I'm on Facebook, my mobile phone, a desktop, or anything. It just works. It picks up exactly where I left off, and it's just really easy just to move between both. And it's just that if you've got 230 million people uniques, yeah. So that's basically training 230 million people that this is how the web should work. So the web should be seamless. I shouldn't have to think about things, and everything should just be whatever platform or device I'm using right now. And I think they're a great example. So earlier on today, there was talk of people, there was talk of data, and you can have lots of data, and then there was talk of people who are actually meant to do something with the data. So I know, Otto, you were interviewed for the Marketing Week the other week, and you were talking about hiring data scientists. What do you look for? What do you hire for to make sense of all this?
It's a very interesting question and a very difficult one. I think there are some challenges here. The one thing that really helped us is bringing data science into our marketing fold, right? So it used to be somewhere else, business intelligence, and you're on the backlog number, on number 15 or something, right? Just below the finance guys, I guess. That doesn't help because it needs to happen really fast. And then there is a skill question, and I think the skill question goes across the marketing disciplines like acquisition, CRM, and so on, where we need to find people that actually understand all this stuff that we'll talk about here quite naturally, right? So, tracking, tagging, cookie windows, single customer view, and so on and so forth, HTML5, iOS, all the platforms, and that isn't something that's taught at the moment. So I think there's a real gap. If I look at marketing CVs every day, there's a real gap. You either find people who are very passionate about it and therefore teach themselves, right? Or make the transition or want to be in this space. But actually, as a marketing discipline, I think we have our job cut out. Looking at the science side of things, I think what's happening, or the data side, I think and obviously, it's like gold dust in terms of talent. So, if you have kids, try and get them into this area. It will be a growth area for the next foreseeable future, next generation. The problem here is, or the thing we kind of look for is being very good at pulling the data, understanding the data, analyzing the data, seeing the commercial impact, I think is the key ingredient, and finding people who can connect this to, well, what does this commercially mean, right? Because generating loads of insight actually doesn't really help me. It's great, but it doesn't help me. generating insight that changes how we do things and can be operationalized, that is really valuable. To be honest, I think at the moment we look for the raw talent and the potential, and then sort of kind of train people up in that.
Okay, so it's kind of like that Spotify tribes model where they try to get people of different disciplines working as one team. So it's really bringing everything together into one group. Exactly, that's what you're going for. And Rebecca, what do you guys look for, or what do you see in kind of with your clients when they're hiring social and data teams? What works well?
It's an interesting space at the moment because I think, as you suggest, there is an increasing amount of demand for people who have experience, and the challenge is that this space is so new in a lot of ways, right? I started my marketing career back in 2002, and I remember going to a digital agency and still sort of banging my head against the fact that marketers were like allergic to data, right? They were allergic to it. Data and technology both made them very uncomfortable. And it was a really interesting place to be someone who's sort of willing to put yourself between like the engineers and the data guys and the marketers and try to start working to run through that translation. So it's hard to find experts. What I found interesting is that, to be clear, when Wildfire really first kicked off our business back in 2008, typically we sold direct to brands. So we found that community management oftentimes lived in-house, and that was where sort of a lot of the creative thinking was taking place. What we've learned over time is obviously the agencies play a really big role when it comes to the creative development process, and they have provide a lot of strategic guidance around how to use social better, how to plug it into digital better. What we're finding increasingly today, in 2013 going into 2014, is that agencies are becoming even more important in that conversation. Not necessarily because there is a transition to sort of bringing community management in-house, I think, over even here in Europe, but more so because the data is becoming essential, right? Agencies are really starting to play a role. As we launched our integrations with DoubleClick and Google Analytics, we had expected that brands would like be all over it, right? Our clients would just be like, oh my God, this is amazing. Now we can talk about ROI. This is great. And what we found was that actually most of them didn't even use it. All you have to do is layer your Google Analytics tracking code into the Wildfire platform one time, and they didn't even use it. Oftentimes because really they lean on their agencies for that level of analytics. And as the data behind social becomes increasingly sophisticated, increasingly challenging, increasingly voluminous, we're finding brands are really turning to their media agencies, their creative agencies, their digital agencies to say, help me make sense of this. Going back to, I think, what was a really great point made by in the cooperative presentation, it's about sort of that we data holding big data accountable, right? Because big data isn't really what matters. What matters is actually the gems that you find kind of buried within that ecosystem. And so, it's hard to find people. We find that a lot of brands lean on their trusted agency partners who have a huge amount of expertise and experience when it comes to crunching data on the media side, for example, and are starting to apply a lot of that resource and expertise when it comes to how they think about holding social accountable. And it's been a really interesting shift to watch.
Brilliant, thank you. So as promised, we're going to finish 1 minute early, so everyone can go for coffee. So I'd like to thank Otto and Rebecca. Thank you very much. Right. And enjoy your break, everybody.
Thank you.
Good to meet you.
Well done.
Yeah. Hit snooze, just 5 more minutes, please. You're such a sleepyhead, and that works for me, that works for me. Maybe we shouldn't sleep till noon, and we have things to do, but they can wait, let's let them wait. Under the covers, wait for me. Wait for me. Ready, set, stay. Ready, set, don't go away. Ready, set, stay forever, stay, stay, stay. Ready, set, stay. Ready, set, love me all day. Stay forever, stay, stay, stay. Let's stay under these cotton waves, calling to work and say, you won't today, ain't no way. Download our favorite TV shows, rubbing nose and nose till the sun goes down again. Under the covers, wait for me. Wait for me. Ready, set, stay. Ready, set, don't go away. Ready, set, stay forever. Stay, stay, stay. Ready, set, stay. Ready, set, love me all day. Stay forever. Stay, stay. I'll be so warm here in your arms. So take a snapshot before life gets us back in the race. Ready, set, stay. Ready, set, don't go away. Ready, set, stay forever. Stay, stay, stay. Ready, set, stay. Ready, set, love me all day. Stay forever. Stay, stay, stay. Stay forever. Stay, stay, stay. Stay forever. Stay, stay, stay.
Thanks so much.
Everything's so strange. Feels I want you, I need you, gonna have you, baby. I want you, I need you, gonna have you, baby. I would do anything for you, and I would do anything for you. Loving you and loving him says to be wrong, but still could be better than wrong. I saw you for the first time on the dance floor, looking all so sweet, boy. I love you, it's because you are the cute, looking all so pure, boy. Every night I dance for you, yet every way I fly for you. See, I don't know what I would do without you till my life is blue. I want you, I need you, gonna have you, baby. I want you, I need you, gonna have you, baby. I would do anything for you, and I would do anything for you. Loving you and loving him says to be wrong, but still could be better than wrong. What you bring to me so sensual, I just can't break your heart. But what you bring to me is essential. I don't wanna play a part. They say love for two is never true, like a taboo. See, I don't know what I would do without you till my life is blue. I want you, I need you, gonna have you, baby. I want you, I need you, gonna have you, baby. I would do anything for you, and I would do anything for you. Loving you and loving him says to be wrong, but still could be better than wrong. At the end, I wanna be with the love of my life. I can't deny that you and I had good time. You make me feel like a diamond on a ring. Running light down is more than a simple thing. Now I know what I pursue. Live my life where love is true. I want you, I need you, gonna have you, baby. I want you, I need you, gonna have you, baby. I would do anything for you, and I would do anything for you. Loving you and loving him says to be wrong, 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 wrong. Better than now, better than now. Si je ne sais pas de ma vie n'aurait plus de sens. Sois avec moi, vis avec moi, je t'aime.
El ruido de las voces que no dicen nada son un zumbido de fondo. No existe nada más, no oigo nada más.
Hi everybody.
Si mantuviera la boca.
Hi everybody. Would you like to take your seats again? Hello? Is it on? Would everybody like to take seats again so we can restart? Powers of persuasion. Would you like to take seats again so we can restart? Hello, how are you? Nice to see you again.
Good. Doing very good hosting.
Okay, I don't know what I'm doing here.
That's right, don't tell me.
I'll come and see you later. Would you like to take seats so we can restart? you want to grab seats so we can start? So let me just quickly introduce the second half of the session. Shh, shh. It's like one of those tests over whether you have power in a room. Anyway, I should get going. So the second half of the session, we're running just about 10 minutes late, but the second half of the session, very much a similar theme. We're going to have some content presentations for some data owners, so retailers on and offline. And then what we're going to do is have some people who are specialists in terms of enabling technologies. And then we've got a kind of closing speech from AJS from AKQA, which will be very, very exciting. So the first person that I'd like to introduce is Alex Krusch. Alex is Head of Insight and Pricing at Asda, who at the start of this week were the UK's second largest retailer. Still are. Depending on which panel you use, let's just say they're the UK's second largest retailer, and certainly is Walmart the world's largest retailer by a long shot. Alex started his career in consulting, as many people who are speaking today did. And then he spent 3 or 4 years in the sort of cathedral of big data, which was dunnhumby, where he ran the non-retail client base. But Alex's career, to be very honest with you, peaked in the 3 years that he worked for me. So it's kind of, he kind of slipped a little bit despite taking a very senior job at Asda. So thank you for making it all the way down from Leeds, and let me hand over to Alex.
Thank you, Robert.
Thanks, Alex.
It was the
because just on that.
Great. Okay, so 2 things you probably noticed about me. The first is that I'm overdressed, so I apologise for the tie. I don't get a chance to wear a tie very often at work, so any excuse out of the office to put one on is much appreciated. And the second is that is actually how you spell my name. So the Z to Val ratio is higher than normal. Right, very exciting title, Leveraging Bit Data. I think that might not be what I wrote originally, Robert, but there you go. From Seeing to Understanding. So it's just some thoughts about data at Asda and how we've approached turning data into insight and then how we've used that in the organisation. Very similar actually to the presentation from the Co-op earlier. So similar themes, but maybe just articulated in a different way, but very similar thoughts and ideas. I guess just one thing before we start. How many people here regularly shop at Asda or have shopped at an Asda in the last 4 weeks? So hands up, come on, be proud. This is one of our challenges. Right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Okay, 8 people. Good. Good. If you get a survey, mark us positive. That is one of the challenges that Asda has as a brand, coming to London and talking to an audience like this. And it's one of the challenges we have as a business, in that the corporate world and the affluent world is quite a long way away from the Asda customer base, which is northern, it's poorer, it's mainstream. They aren't working at Google, they aren't working here. Very, very few of our customers will come to London more than once a year. So it's a very different kind of business, but it is a big one. As Robert correctly said, we are the second biggest retailer in the UK from the Kantar data that was released yesterday. Not just in grocery, but also in clothing. So we're the third largest clothing retailer in the country by volume, the largest kidswear retailer, clothing retailer. We also have a significant online business, so we've got a £1 billion online grocery business together with general merchandise and clothing operations online. So it's a big business, it's quite a complicated one, and it's one that maybe the corporate world doesn't understand that well, and hopefully I'll eliminate a little bit as we go. So data. What is data? I joined, as Robert said, joined Asda about 3 years ago from a background in data. And what I learned during that career was that data is a fantastic way of seeing what's going on. And as you capture more and more data, you get a better and better picture of the actual behaviour of people. And that data is now coming from many, many more sources. So it's not just sales data, it's visual data, it's social media data, it's call data, it's web data, it's traffic data. And that data has fundamentally changed the way that retailers think about their businesses and manage their businesses. So this is what a good day looks like for me. Imagine that. That is an Asda store, big box, full of stuff, full of people. We have the busiest stores in the UK. And this is a great Saturday morning. Absolute bedlam. Absolute bedlam. And the way the business has been managed historically, and it's a business that's been around for a long time, has been manage these big boxes as well and as efficiently as you can. Don't worry too much about who's coming in. Get the product in, pile it high, sell it cheap. It'll sell, you'll make the money, you'll turn the stock, and it's success. And this is what good looks like for a store. You want it to be busy, you want lots of people in, you want lots of people coming back. So, what's changed? Well, the difference now is that with data, we understand who's coming into the store. Names, addresses, profiles, demographics, how much money they've got, where they're shopping. So are they shopping online? Are they shopping in store? Which kind of store are they shopping at? Are they filling up with petrol? When are they coming in? Are they coming in at particular times, at particular periods? What's the cycle of shopping? Do they shop more in the winter with us than in the summer? And what are they buying in really granular detail? So we sell, a typical store might have 40,000 products. We turn over about $500 million in sales each week. So what are people buying and what products are they buying together? How are they buying all those products together? And that granularity, the step change in the granularity of that data has meant a transformation in the information that we can push back to the business. So one of my teams, so I look after insight and pricing, and within insight we have analytics, we have research, and we have all of the bits in between. So the analytics teams are now able to talk back to the organisation in real detail about what exactly is happening in store. And like other retailers, the promise of that data, of that insight, is that we can be a better business off the back of it. I've just got three phrases here. Through this data, we can deliver more relevant marketing. Through this data and through this insight, we can drive customer loyalty. Through this data, through this insight, we can price better and more effectively and more profitably and more efficiently. And to some extent, those things are all true. So you can operate your business better and deliver more stuff using data. And I think I don't need to dwell or repeat any of the messages. I think the speakers previous have articulated really well about how you can use data to deliver some of this stuff. But getting there isn't easy. So if I just put kind of the Asda context, so it's 20 billion of sales a year, it's 500 stores, it's 18 million shoppers, it's 10 million online users, it's 1 million Facebook fans, it's 500,000 mobile users, it's 500,000 credit card banking customers. Integrating that data into a single view and operationalising it in terms of CRM activity, store operations, store management is a monumental exercise. And it's taken years and years and tens of millions of pounds of investment for ourselves, working together with Walmart over in the States, to get to a stage where we're now able to manage that stuff. And the journey that you're on at the Co-op is a long journey to get to the end. And all of the things that Neil articulated about the challenges with that are absolutely true, because it's complicated and it's costly. Why is it complicated? 3 reasons. Firstly, the scope is constantly changing. So the business thinks of data and thinks of insight as a magic bullet. Through this stuff, we can become a better business. By the way, my timer hasn't started yet, so I've still got 15 minutes. I'm expecting Robert to wave when I'm due. Can you give me a 3-minute warning? Great stuff. I'm off now. Oh, there you go. Yeah, incredibly. So the scope is constantly changing. People's understanding of what's achievable, what's realistic, what can we expect from data aren't quite there. The second challenge is the cost. So going back 10, then 5 years, you're looking at huge investments in hardware and infrastructure, massive capex investment that require incredibly expensive consultants to come in and implement. I used to work for Accenture, so in terms of billing rates for implementing big IT, I've seen a few very eye-watering ones. And the third is that in order to run and operate these solutions, you need experienced people that are pragmatic, that know what they're doing. And those things are really, really hard to get to. But it is getting easier. And I think the the way the Google guys have articulated what's now possible with data, the costs of storing data, the costs of operationalizing it, the cost of analyzing it, is halving every year. And I think as an example, when I was working at dunnhumby with Tesco, it took dunnhumby 10 years to get to where we've managed to get to in about 6 months. Because the technology, the experience, the skills are there, and they're much more available than they were in the past. Have I only got 3 minutes? Wow, better crack on. So 3 lessons learned: stay pragmatic, keep it simple, and value the experience of people. So it's very easy to be seduced by the bright young things. But in a retail organisation where you're dealing with real people, you need to have people that understand how retail works, who've worked in store, who've served customers, who've done the shops, who've looked after families. And those are the people that can translate and operationalise stuff much more effectively. Right, I'm going to have to hurry up because I thought I had longer. So, we're doing all this stuff. We've spent tens of millions of pounds putting in these systems. Why isn't it working? And if I kind of step sideways to talk about some other retailer experiences, you have retailers out there that have invested hundreds of millions of pounds in loyalty programs, in fact billions of pounds in loyalty programs and CRM systems and targeted advertising, targeted marketing. And yet week on week, month on month, year on year, their customers' trust in that business is eroding. People are walking away from that organisation despite them spending more and more and more on personalisation and targeting. And it's almost as if the more we apply the stats and the more we apply the data, the less relevant we actually are as a brand to that consumer. And I think that is the inherent contradiction with data, and that's one of the challenges that we're facing into at Asda, which is how we have this data that enables us to optimise everything to the nth degree. But how do we make sure that we're doing the right thing for the shopper? Because I can sell more money. I can work out where to put my prices up. I can work out what messages to send people. But actually, am I delivering something that over the course of time is going to bring me closer to that consumer and help me stay relevant to them? And it is a tension. And the challenge is, you need to do more than just look at a shopper. And all data is giving you is the what is happening. It is not telling you why. So you've got to use all your senses. You've got to listen. So a great data capability is awesome, but you need to have a fantastic qual and quant research program as well. You need to be talking to thousands of people regularly about your brand and what they're getting for you. We talk to 50,000 shoppers every week, and that insight is absolutely critical to the decisions that we make. People will tell you why they're doing something. Why am I less happy with Asda? Why am I shopping less? And you'll get a view from that, but you also need to understand the emotional connection that you have with that shopper. So why are people saying those things? What's the emotional context for the frustration they feel in the store? We had a fundamental insight from when we spoke to our core shoppers, who are the Asda mums, about what their experiences are in store. They come into the store feeling guilty because they've left the kids with the care of somebody else. They don't have enough money. They're probably going to overspend. They need to get back. They're going to end up buying junk food. They're going to end up buying things that they shouldn't be buying. So they walk into the store with a sense of guilt, and they walk out feeling even guiltier. And that kind of fundamental and profound insight into the shopper is what you need to have if you're going to make better decisions about what you need to give them. The other piece that we learned really early on about insight is that insight has to be personal. I think this room is a great example of that. How relevant would your insight from looking at the Asda shopper data be of the Asda shopper when you don't shop at Asda? You need to get out there and experience what the customer experiences. You need to shop like them. You need to face the same challenges as them. You need to get into their homes. You need to get to talk to them. You need to be them in order to really understand them. It's incredibly hard to understand something in the third person. And the final piece is to be the messenger. So as the owner of the customer, as the owner of the data and the insight and the research, you have to articulate that in an incredibly compelling way to drive action. And to be a fantastic storyteller, to use pictures, to use stories, to use images, is the most important part of the job. Because I think, as Neil said, you cannot get a business to change the way it works without compelling them, without making them believe that it's the right thing to do. And you can't do that with a graph. You have to change the way that people think about their shopper. So if you're not doing these things, no matter how much data you have, no matter how much stats you have, no matter how much you're optimizing stuff, your organisation will become less relevant to its shoppers, and as a brand, you will fail. So by bringing all those things, this is my fancy card. It's as fancy as it gets at Asda. So that's the idealized version. And actually, this is a real Asda shopper. So this is the kind of thing, this is the kind of shopper that we actually have in store, the Asda Mum, our core shopper. So some final thoughts, and I'm over time, so I apologise, Robert, but I'm blaming you. Is that, firstly, data is amazing. It enables us to do more than we've ever been able to do before for shoppers. We can geolocate them, we talk to them through our app, we talk to them through social media. We have this amazing capability to give more back to shoppers. We can personalise almost everything about the shopping experience. But in order to deliver those benefits to the shopper, we need to really understand them. And you need to use all of your senses to understand the shopper. It's not just about looking at the facts and figures. It's about listening to them, talking to them and understanding them as well. That was it. I was hoping to get a question, but I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thanks, Alex. Thank you very much, Alex. Sorry to move you along. Our next speaker is Heath Podveska from MarketShare. So MarketShare is a leading performance analytics organisation based out of the US, started 2005. Just to give you a sense of two sort of factoids to give you a sense of their scale. One is, for anybody in the room who's done a startup or has been involved in fundraising around a startup, they just closed their latest round, which was $38 million of funding, which I think is quite a lot of money, which gives you a sense of where they're going. And the second is it was provided by Silver Lake and Elevation Partners. So they have the dubious pleasure, I guess, of sort of somehow having Bono from U2 on their board. And I think, if I'm right, Elevation have 4 companies, which is Twitter, Facebook, MarketShare, and one other. So it's very impressive. But let me hand over to Heath, who's promised to speak New York fast to get us back on schedule. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Robert. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's see how we're doing here. So there is a lot of data flowing from all of those various and assorted mobile devices you see in the crowd. It is a tremendous sea change in how people communicate and interact with each other. Just think about all the data in terms of video and images and Facebook and social media activity. And it also kind of begs the question, what kind of change is this actually doing in the marketing scape? I think that this brings a whole new definition to research online and purchase offline, because with all the different various sizes of screens and activity in mobile, you could now research online while purchasing offline in store. And I think it adds a lot of dynamicism and an enormous amount of data. If we look at the actual amount of data flowing, in 2020, it'd be 35 zettabytes worth of data flowing from consumers and retailers all the way into the cloud, into big data environments. And the question is, what do we actually do with all that big data to make it actionable, to make it insightful, and to affect the change that we all want within our organizations? And I think all this data flowing really does amplify a current organizational challenge. No? Which is nothing. Let's see how we can go back again. There we go. Nice. Which is, get back there, which is siloed analytics and siloed marketing organizations. So one of our old clients is the CFO of eBay, and he said that if he added up all the ROIs from his various and assorted marketing managers, the company was about 3 times the size of what it actually was. Where everybody is actually not gaming the system, right, but they're actually attributing a whole bunch of outcomes and sales to themselves, creating a lot of fiction within the organization. What we've been doing a lot of work on is actually creating a holistic view to be able to knock down those walls or those silos, to be able to understand how everything in the marketing domain, when I mean marketing, I mean it with a big M. So it's not just paid, owned, and earned media. It's pricing, it's promotions, it's store footprint, it's what's happening in the CRM space, everything that's included, as well as all of your sort of controllable and non-controllable drivers. By creating a nice holistic view and understanding what is happening across all of the different forms of media, whether they be above the line, below the line, or traditional or digital, however you want to define it, is really what's then going to govern how companies operate and how they structure themselves. So here's a case example for a large retailer, a retailer based in Paris. And the question that they had was, how come the return on investment on that they've made on their online store is not as good as they would like it to be? And what we actually quantified for them was, look, 10% of your in-store sales are being driven from activity from your current website. So people are researching and doing a lot of homework on the website and then actually going in store and purchase. By understanding or looking at siloed-based, sort of more click-based analytics combined with some more in-store data, you're not actually going to go be able to see and get a real true view of attribution and what's really happening. And so what we're able to do is sort of disentangle and parse what the true contributors are to actual outcomes, and to say that money spent online is actually amplifying what's happening in store and what's happening in your more traditional marketing domain. And you can see on the left is base sales. It's very, very important. This is the level of sales one would achieve when marketing and advertising is turned off to zero. It's a tough thing to kind of calculate and quantify. However, it is important, and the higher the base, the better the company places in to be able to succeed. This is a bit of a high-level view of the work we're doing for our friends at John Lewis. They originally started by doing media mix modeling. They did a really good job with it and was really quite effective, but it wasn't serving the organization quite well enough. They needed a more holistic view, as well as a lot more detail in terms of how all of the different drivers of what's happening in the marketing domain are affecting sales, both category level, and at the store level. So what we did was we developed a whole series of models and analysis using an enormous amount of data and tested probably about 360 different variables in different forms of models for the entire organization. We had a new insights-driven recommendations that was actually delivered, which is affecting our 2014 planning. We quantified the return on marginal marketing investment. We all love ROIs. ROIs are awesome, but they are points in time, and they tend to be somewhat rearward facing. By understanding where you are in terms of your return and the headroom that you have until you reach a point of diminishing returns, that's what really affects change. That's understanding how much more money can you spend to be able to get a great level of incremental return to increase the incremental impact of marketing. We have a tool called Optimizer that is a very user-friendly way of running different simulation and optimization routines to be able to kind of plan where you could spend your money, how long it'll take to reach your given outcomes, and to run different sort of scenario planning, looking at different pluses and minuses in spend or economic activity or competitor activity. And this is creating a great bridge between John Lewis, the agency, ourselves, and the finance department about really understanding and level setting expectations using a common platform for how spend is now going to affect levels of change in outcomes, whether it be sales or revenue contribution. Now, all of this is leveraging big data, but please note, this is not a plumbing data about terabytes of data or whatever it might be. It's really about business. It's about how companies operate. It's about achieving lift in the incremental impact of marketing. It's about increasing levels of margin contribution. It's really how companies operate. And I think as we move forward, the idea of big data is not just going to be about big data. It's going to be about how companies are going to be able to inspire and turbocharge growth, right? And to be able to increase share value and to increase their level of margin. The other thing about the big data and that the frequency that is actually used and kind of goes into the management cycles is companies are then moving from a yearly exercise looking at some basic econometrics to a lot of our clients are actually going to monthly updates of all the models and all the analyses and all the tools. The high frequency refreshes is actually allowing them to act much, much quicker, to be able to change their spend, how they spend, what creatives they're running, what promotional opportunities are they running very, very quickly, and level setting across the organization the level of expectation they're going to achieve with that given investment. The quicker the pace, the quicker and more nimble companies can be, no matter how big they are, and the higher the outcomes will then be at the end of the day. We actually have some companies that are actually going on a weekly refresh because the velocity of their business is so fast, and the gains are really quite material. It could be upwards of a 20 to 24% increase in the incremental impact of marketing after making investment in these kinds of tools. And in terms of a perspective, what does it really all mean? I want to make it more than just an ROI conversation. It really is predictive, so it is a form of forecasting that not only finance loves, but also people in supply chain. It acts as a level of guidance which informs not just levels of investment or allocations of investment, it informs creative, it informs messaging, it informs flighting and clustering of media, which all then kind of goes to decision support. So the work that we do kind of goes from the C-suite all the way down to the troops in the field about how much money they're spending, what are they buying today, and what is level of expectation regarding outcomes. But moreover, really kind of looking and understanding what does it actually mean for the business also in terms of brand and how is it affecting brand equity. The other is transparency. We do like to be able to have as clear a view as possible, so there's no sort of black box in anything that's happening. And I think lastly, was probably one of the biggest benefits is alignment across the organization. So I brought up all those different silos with all those solid walls sort of knocked down the organization from marketing through finance to people in sales or that manage branches or in store are now aligned about what needs to be done to hit particular certain goals and targets in terms of outcomes. And lastly, so I can give Robert back a couple of minutes, is a summary of Analytics 2.0, which is really kind of the merging of marketing analytics and web analytics, going from traditional market research, click-based data, outcomes data from the data warehouse or transactional systems, all the way through media data, looking at levels of impressions, reach and frequency. All this then means kind of Analytics 2.0, which is now being used by companies across probably every single different industry category across multiple different countries to be able to achieve the lift that they need to do and to leverage the big data that they have available to them. That was pretty good New York speed, huh?
Good. Thank you very much, Steve.
Thank you, guys.
So next up is Tamara Heber-Percy from Mr. and Mrs. Smith. I have to admit, let me just move this one on. I have to admit a degree of, I have kind of biography envy when I introduced Tamara. I've known her for a number of years. So she's kind of born and raised in Ibiza, speaks 5 languages fluently, went to the best schools in the UK, fascinating career spanning kind of motoring marketing through to running the family dating agency, literally. And then, you know, with her nightclub owning partner, now husband, sets up Mr. and Mrs. Smith. And I'm like, you know, where did it all go wrong? I hired Tamara into her third job, I can't remember. And she came into my office one day, I mean, this is kind of probably 2000, and said, I'm thinking of leaving. We've got this idea called Mr. and Mrs. Smith. And I'm like, really? Do you really want to go? You know, online travel, do you think it's got a future? And last week, she kindly, we still speak, and she kindly invited me to their 10th anniversary celebration party, and there's kind of 1,000 people in the room celebrating this global business that she and James have built up. So I think they've done a really amazing job. Tamara.
Thanks, Robert. The highlight was definitely working for you. So, for those of you who don't know what Mr. and Mrs. Smith, who Mr. and Mrs. Smith are, my husband did, and I founded the company back in 2003, so we were celebrating 10 years. And back then we actually started the company as offline guidebooks. We had obviously to digitize very quickly, and so I'm not here to talk to you about guidebooks or even hotels, sadly, although my slides will have lots of beautiful pictures of hotels in the background, so if you can zone out what I'm saying and just dream yourself away. So now, just to give you an idea of the size of the company, we have 100 people working for us in 4 offices around the world. The headquarters is here in London, and this year we will organise £40 million worth of travel for people around the world. So, but what I am going to talk about is a few practical examples of how we use big data. Firstly, how we've used big data to improve speed, which we recognise as one of the #1 conversion killers for the site. And then how we use big data to analyse our searches and alert us to something that might be wrong with our availability. So speed. There are so many examples online of research studies that have corroborated the fact that speed kills conversion. You know, if an e-commerce site is making £100,000 per day, a 1-second page delay will lose you $2.5 million in lost sales every year. And the thing that astounded me, and I know I do it as well, if a site just takes too long, I'm just going to go elsewhere. You know, 40% of people abandon a website that takes more than 3 seconds to load. Now, so we never had a problem loading the home page, that's fine. But as we grew as a company, yeah, so this is the, oops, everybody recognizes these symbols, the loading. So the home page was fine, but actually serving up our search results, we were having to display things like this as we chunked through all the data in the back end. Oh, this is an old version of my PowerPoint. Oh. Do you have the latest? It's online. I can actually access it here if you want. Sorry. As I... sorry, I'm now in somebody else's mail account. And I can't seem to log out. There we go. So if we can just show what's on the laptop. I can just use this. So yes, we call these, sorry about that, the spinny wheels of doom in our office. And we don't want them. So we know that we don't want to show that because it's a conversion killer. And in the background, in our servers, we're holding up to 12.5 million rates. So that's 900 hotels times about 2 years worth of data. Each hotel has about 3 different room rates per day. And an average hotel of ours has about 4.5 different room types or categories. So that equates to about 12.5 million rates. We integrated with Google Hotel Finder, and they require the data in a slightly different way. So they require about 2.3 million day rate combinations that they can access from our databases at any one time. Mr. and Mrs. Smith then serves up that data, and you can search for it for any number of adults between 1 and 10. So that creates us, about 23 million combinations just over the next 3 months. And the 1.6 million combinations is the rates that we can serve up for the 80% of our searches which happen within the next 3 months of travel. So how on earth do we serve up these in lightning speed? Now, when I started the company, we were running off MySQL raw queries, and it was taking us 5.4 seconds to return data to a customer. This is quite a long time ago. Thank goodness we've moved on from there. And then we looked at Amazon, but Amazon didn't really do what we wanted it to do, although we use it for cloud storage, actually serving up the search results. Because we had to authenticate every database request, we just weren't shaving enough time off that. So we got it down to 4.5 seconds. Then we discovered something called Cassandra, and Cassandra got us down to 0.5 seconds. Now, this is getting really fast. But the problem was that for just 1 gigabyte of data, we had to have 3 servers. So it was costing us a huge amount of money, and that really wasn't going to be good as we grew as a company. And then we found something called Elasticsearch. This is open source software. And this got our search down to 0.02 seconds. That's 2 milliseconds. We can serve up any one of those 23 million data points to a customer in record time. So that's the speed issue sorted. But then I've got all these searches, people searching on my site, and that's really good, and we're serving them up in lightning speed. But how can we tell if there's a real-time spike in demand? And how can I tell if I can actually meet it? So our site has about 800,000 visitors per month, and they generate around about 80,000 searches a day. But what are they searching for? Are they finding what they need? How do we know that we've got what they want? And why can't I see these searches? Why does all our reporting look at ancient history, what people have booked, what people have cancelled? Why can't I look into the future of what people really want to book? And why can't I see what's happening on my site right now? So this is where I do a little bit of a dangerous thing. My sysadmin people hate me for this. So I got our technology team to say, I said, I want to see what's happening real time on the website right now. And this is a live SSH session onto the back end of the Mr. and Mrs. Smith server. And it is showing you what people are actually searching for right now. So as it gets closer to lunchtime, you can see the searches going up faster and faster. And when I saw this, I was like, yes, I've got it. Now I've got the data. What can I do with it? You know, but it's not really in a very usable format, right? This is kind of code. I happen to know that this tells me whether somebody is logged in or not logged in. I know that that's the number of nights they're searching for. I know that that's the average rate that they're seeing on the page. And I know that that's the minimum rate they're seeing on the page. And I know that that means that they're on page 2 of the search results. But, you know, it doesn't really give me anything actionable. So let me go back to the presentation. But we've implemented this thing called Elasticsearch, right? So Elasticsearch can chunk through all that information and give me some nice statistics. Great. So now I've got some really nice pie charts and charts. But again, you know, what am I going to actually do with this? It can tell me what's actually happening, but what am I going to do with that information? I know what's trending in real time. I want to know if I can actually fulfill that trend. You know, what's going to happen if somebody goes onto the site, but there's no availability? How can I mitigate that? How can I predict that that's going to happen and actually change something so that the customer doesn't get no availability? So, and anyway, what is low availability? Low availability at a hotel with 3 rooms is different from a hotel with low availability at 100 rooms. And I need to be able to differentiate that. So we built an algorithm. The algorithm determines the average number of searches for each destination for every day of the week. And using some of the statistical functionality of Elasticsearch, we found every day that had a significant increase above the average for that particular day of the week. We could flag that data up and compare it to the actual availability and the date in the system to give us an alert. And the alert is constructed by giving the hotel availability. And the hotel availability is the destination, the number of hotels in that destination, because low availability in London is not the same as low availability in Wales, the number of possible rooms that we could book, and the number of available rooms. And based on that search alert, it returns to us either a red alert or a green alert. And a red alert, I'm sad to say, triggers, not a very technical thing nowadays, but a telephone call. So our people in our commercial teams get a red alert, they pick up the phone to the hotel and they say, look, we can see a pattern here, we need more availability for this weekend. Because they don't always know from, you know, when there's events on in a country, they don't know what's happening around the world at every given time. So now we can actually start to predict when our hotels are going to get more business. We can alter that, feed in more availability, if there is availability, and make sure that the customers don't get any dead ends. So that's it. Thank you very much.
I'm so sorry about that. That's grace under pressure for you. Never crumbles. I'd stayed in 2 of the hotels, and I have about 14 to go, if I saw the slides correctly. Thank you very much, Tamara. So next up is Ben Chesser. So Ben is the founder, CEO of a retail technology business called Footfall 123. Also started his career in consulting, moved through technology with a business where I first met Ben called CodeLink, which is a coupon issuing platform. And I then think he sort of passed through one of those other schools of entrepreneurship, which is Barcelona. So generally it's kind of, you come across people from Barcelona, Berlin, or the back of the old street roundabout, I guess, one of the other ones. But let me hand over to Ben.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ben.
Oh, I've got a clicker. Thank you. Hi, everybody. So my name is Ben Chesser, not quite Chaser, but we'll get there soon. I'm the CEO of Footfall 123. Okay, I've lost one page. What is Footfall 123? So I'm here to talk about customer data, big customer data. The important part of that title is the word customer for us. So we're all about helping our clients to change customers' behavior. For me, data is just a step in that process, right? You collect it, you analyze it, and then you do something. So this is an incredibly simple page that I showed to clients. We're trying to do two things. The first thing, which is really obvious, is measure what people do. So we've talked all about that this morning. Measure why they're coming to your business, what they're doing, what drove them there. And then two is actually change what they do. So as a business, what we do is we provide, I call them marketing tools. They can be loyalty programs, but that's not very cool anymore. They can be email campaigns. That's not very cool. They can be Facebook campaigns. Decidedly not that cool. But different ways of communicating to customers. We bundle it all in one tool called a marketing tool, and we help you talk to your customers and to change their behavior. That's the crucial part of what we're trying to do here. So we have 6,000 clients. They range from tattoo parlours in Shoreditch through to Byron Burgers downstairs. If any of you grew dodgy moustaches for Movember, there's one over there for sure, unless that's real. You got a voucher to go and get a free burger, that's us. If you have a Time Out card in London, that's us. If you go to Bicester Village to buy fur coats and you've got offers from them, that's us. So we're powering many, many different offer systems from very big to very small to very big retailers. This slide is almost mind-numbingly obvious, but there's one really important thing to show you here. And that is, we're not just measuring what people did. You can do that quite easily through EPOS. We're trying to measure why they did it. So did they come into your store because they clicked on an AdWord on a website somewhere, or because they got an offer through a Time Out email, or because they saw something in a magazine? So why are they coming? Okay? And one of our mantras is it's all about real things. So it's bricks and mortar businesses, real data being used in a retail environment, and it should be really useful. How do we do it? Excuse the animation. This is what happens when you get interns to write slides. But we're trying to get, step one is collect data, right? So we've talked a lot about that already, but we collect data from 4 places. One is in the top there. So we link into Facebook and Twitter and Google Plus and AdWords and PPC campaigns. And we try to find out what is it that a consumer saw, online or offline, that made them interact with your brand. 2 is, we can't get away from it, we send barcodes to people. So we have loyalty programs, we have apps, we have plastic cards, trying to get consumers to come into your business and declare themselves. I'm here because I want an offer, or because I want to earn points, or just because I want to get a higher status in your status program. So on the left-hand side, we've got consumers. On the right-hand side, we've got businesses, retail environments. We basically do 2 things. For smaller businesses, we use good old Android phones, which happen to be Nexus 4s. We stick them in retailers, and we collect retail data through that. And for more sophisticated retailers, we plug into the EPOS, which we've seen earlier on. You intercept the receipt stream, and you gather a huge amount of data from the EPOS. In the end, that all feeds into one place, which is a big database. What we then do, so we're measuring stuff here, what we're going to do is try to act on it. So an anecdotal meeting last week with the CEO of a shopping mall business, it's a couple of £1 billion turnover shopping mall business. I showed her lots of graphs and analysis, and then I showed her one page, which she loved. And that page was a map of a shopping mall, and it had 5 data points, which was Mr. X, because I'm in Google, I can't tell you who he was, but Mr. X arrives at 9 o'clock in the morning. He goes to shop 1 and he spends £200. And 8 minutes later, he goes to shop 2 and he spends £300. And this guy, in 1 hour and 8 minutes, spent £21,000 in the shopping centre. Show that to a CEO, and their eyes light up, and they go, who is he? And we know who he is. We know what hotel he stays in, we know how he came to the centre, we know why he came. So that's when you get the big data and you make it we data, and people can really get the story and why you're doing this, right? So the thing there for the CEO is, why is that data interesting for me? As a bit of background, this is all out of date. This is 2 weeks old. So we're now doing about 25,000 transactions a day. We do about 5 to 6 million of business a day, in the sense we're monitoring 5 or 6 million pounds of business. And the interesting thing at the bottom is we're actually monitoring about 3 billion at any one time different data points that come into our system from all of our clients. Okay? So why collect data? I'm probably not going to make too many friends with this one. We do it for 2 reasons. We have the caveman on the left, which is the old school, as we call it. Not that creative, but the old school, which is insight. We've heard that word used a lot today. So you create some insight. You write a report. You get some very clever people to do some regression analysis. It is interesting, but all that will really do is tell you what did I do in the past that generated some revenues in my till, right? So we do that. What we add to it is it's real time, is we can link clicks online to cash in the till, but in the end you're producing reports. What we love to do is this. We love to do automatic things. So when someone comes into your shopping centre and they drop £21,000 in 1 hour and 8 minutes, email them and say, next time call us and we'll get a limo to pick you up. Right? That's pretty easy. So we do that. You take that down, that's probably not the Asda example, you take that down though and you can scale down and make sure that when a customer does an action, you do something in return immediately. And this day and age, people expect that. So we're all about trying to drive our clients to do much more of this and leave time for them to do thinking as opposed to just crunching numbers and reading reports. Okay? So for us, data is interesting, but it's all part of a process. I think the third bit, which is really important from my experience, is data is good, automating things is good, but in the end, it all comes back to people. In bricks and mortar businesses, it's about people. And if you get this wrong, the rest of it's totally irrelevant. So one part of it is, someone says to me, there's no point in having a two-legged stool. You're right. We've got three parts to our business. So consumers is the obvious one. You've got to get your consumers to engage with your brand, to read your bloody emails, to open your app, or to use your loyalty card, whatever it is. So we have a multi-channel approach. If they want plastic cards, give them plastic cards. And if they want an app, give them an app. But don't try and think everyone will do one thing. And the real sort of trick there for us is make the customer journey as short and as painless as possible. Otherwise, they're going to stop engaging. Okay? So customers, I think most of us understand. This one is the one that I think most people overlook. Your staff in a retail environment are absolutely crucial. If they're not engaged, then they won't do what you want them to do. So we invest a lot of time and effort in making it monkey-proof. I wouldn't say that to the staff of our clients, but that's it. You've got to require no training. They've got to find it very easy, and they've got to want to do it. So when you go into Tesco's and they ask you every time if you have a club card and it gets very annoying, it's the right thing for them to do. It's very good behavior for Tesco's staff. So we make sure you get your staff involved. And then last but not least, but it is kind of the least important, because without the first two, the last one's irrelevant, is the clients. In the interest of time, there's one thing that we think clients care about, and that's money. So when you're talking to a marketing director or an operations director, if you can show them the actual money in a till that was generated by a campaign they did on Facebook, they find the whole conversation much more interesting. And that's part of our philosophy, is always linked back to money. Okay? So in the end, I'm here as a kind of big data guy. We process millions and millions and millions of bits of data every day, but we do it to drive sales. And I think a lot of the people kind of miss that last stage of the process: collect the data, analyze it, and then do something. That's it. Thank you very much.
That's perfect. Thank you very much. Well, thank you for staying with us. Last presenter of the day. It's my pleasure to introduce Ajaz Ahmed from AKQA. I think the business is 20 years old next year, if I'm right. It could be. It's in that region. So I'm going to introduce Ajaz, and then he's going to introduce Ron, who's going to be delivering a presentation, and then we'll be following up with a Q&A session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Good morning. Welcome to Google. It's really exciting to be here. My name's Ajaz Ahmed from AKQA, and I'm the founder and the CEO of the company. And I'm super excited to be here today. I actually founded the company when I was 21 years old. And we're very lucky that today our clients include organizations like Nike, Red Bull, Google, and Audi. And today, it's my great pleasure to introduce one of my colleagues. But before I do that, I just want to play you a quick video which features some entrepreneurs, some luminaries, and some influencers that I hope you'll enjoy. And then I'm going to introduce you to a great colleague of mine, Ron Peterson, who runs our social practice.
And you create something, a very rich experience that at all times it feels like the brand or the organization that you're interacting with has you in mind.
Customers will move from the notion of browse and search, both in stores and online, to having an expectation of curation.
We will have to do a lot less thinking than we are right now. I think that's a big movement to where data is going.
Today, you hardly know anything about your body. You go and get a checkup every 6 or 12 months and you learn a little bit, and then you don't know anything for the next 6 or 12 months. The trend toward wearable computing, towards understanding sleep patterns, understanding your heart rate, will lead to advancements that we can't even imagine today, because it's going to be a different world when it's commonplace for you to know everything about your body at all times.
Not just tracking all this data, but also basically start to get suggestions about how we can kind of set goals or change certain like lifestyle habits and patterns to become the people we want to be.
So if you join me in giving Ron Peterson a round of applause, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thanks so much, Ajaz. And first off, just wanted to say a quick thank you to everybody here at Google, to Rick, to Aidan, to the entire Google team, really, for hosting, and for everybody here that I'm sure it's been quite busy schedules to come here. So very much, I know both Ajaz and myself have been very much looking forward to today. And to talk about data, specifically big data, and how it has the significant implications it has on our business. And a lot of times big data seems to be something that sounds really, really quite daunting. And a lot of times you look at any report recently and you look at the next 5-year trends reports, and any report that comes out always has big data as one of the significant business disruptors that we're about to experience. And you look at it and there's always references to media as an industry. There's always references to healthcare, especially with the advent of wearable tech. And then also education is referenced a lot. But in reality, big data is going to be something that's no longer really a nice to have, but it's going to be something that's going to be disrupting all of our industries, no matter what we have. And a lot of times we get asked the question, big data is so big, where do we really start? What can we do? Where do we get more data from? And maybe it's not really a question of where we need to get more stuff from, because what if we were to tell you that each of you in this room today, in the business that you represent, you already have access to more data that's proprietary data than the entire US Congress, Library of Congress. And so let's say if the US Library of Congress has about 402 terabytes of data, depending on the industry that you're in, you're ranging anywhere between 600 terabytes to about 1900 terabytes. And this is all proprietary information that you have access to, your customers, their social data, your marketing data, your supply chain solutions. You have a wealth of information that's really, it's almost like a wealth of crude oil just waiting to be refined. And maybe what it is for us to be able to start, it's just a matter of us reimagining things. And so we're going to talk a lot today about reimagination and how do we look at, a thought starter to begin with, how do we look at everything that we do in our day-to-day lives, or everything that we do in our business, and or the way that we operate, the way that we view the world. What if we replace it and put data at its core, and then reimagine the way that we look at the world? And it has significant implications. The simplest things that we just take for granted, if we put data there, it allows us to completely open up and unlock new avenues and be able to provide better experiences. And so we're going to be taking you guys on a 3-step journey today. We're going to be talking about reimagination. So what we'd like to do is first talk about how we can reimagine how we can become smarter. Where are we getting our intelligence from? And particularly once we put data at its core, how can that drive us better intelligence? Next, then we'll talk about how data can drive better services that we offer. How can that impact the service offering that we're providing that's powering our business? And third, we're going to talk about, most importantly, how can data enrich the experiences that our customers are facing? And so starting with intelligence, a great place to start is Jack Welch, former head of GE for a number of years, through amazing amounts of innovation. And he said something really quite nice. He basically said, if you don't have a competitive advantage, he basically said, then don't get in the game. And there's so much stats and information that's coming out, some reports recently by McKinsey that's saying businesses that are putting data at the core of what they do are seeing a 5% increase in go-to-market speed. And in this day and age, we know that any kind of competitive advantage can be not something that's just a nice to have, but actually can start to become mission or business critical. And so with data and having better intelligence, we're starting to see new things that we haven't been able to imagine possible before, and people are using it in different ways. Startups like Sentiment and Augify are actually using free public available social data that's available on Twitter and Facebook and everything else, Google Plus, of course, and then basically you being able to look and creating their own financial sentiment indexes. And so in this example, in blue, you're starting to see that you spike in the sentiment on one day, and then one day later in green, you see the actual stock price of Yahoo rise. And it's frightening, has frightening implications. Imagine if you're in the financial sector and your whole business model is based upon selling the expertise of these very well-educated, well-trained financial consultants and money managers, and there's a few young guys and girls sitting at Old Street or at Shoreditch and are basically starting to predict the fluctuations in the stock market better than you can. It's a really, really frightening impact, but it's starting to be the world that we're starting to live in now. And it's not just in the stock market, but it's impacting all of our industries. Walmart has historically been very much of a leader in terms of using data to be able to power their business. And operationally, Walmart continues to put data at its core. And it's interesting to look at where Walmart is going. It's basically turning itself from a retailer into a consignment shop. And what they're doing is basically saying, here's 3 feet of retail space and shelf space. They'll tell a vendor, here's 3 feet. You go ahead, you optimize it, you manage it. We'll even create an app for you, and we'll give you access to all the real-time intelligence, the sales, the turnover data. And if you don't perform well, then we'll find somebody else who does. End result, the customer gets a better price, more variety, more options, but a very stressful situation for a lot of the vendors. Let's talk about mapping for a little bit, because this fascinates me. $91 million they've just raised in funding, Skybox. So they've raised $91 million. They're building 24 satellites, and they're sending those satellites and creating a constellation around the Earth. And basically, imagine Google Street View live in HD 24 hours a day. And that's basically what Skybox is doing. And it's a really nice mapping situation. People are like, oh, wow, I'm going to be able to see myself at all times of the day. But the reason why they've raised $91 million in funding is simply because of the implications that you'll be able to see larger economic shifts. So for instance, imagine if you're able to spot and see the progress of construction. So anytime in London, you're able to look and say, 67% progress on our construction. Imagine how many parking spaces are available in San Francisco at this very moment. Imagine how many millions of gallons of oils are being shipped across countries, because now you're able to track it. Imagine how many ships and how many shipping containers. And it's not just something that's about mapping, but what Skybox is starting to see is that they foresee impacts across all these industries: financial trading, real estate, natural resources, insurance, forestry, telecom, agriculture. Literally, the list goes on and on. But not everybody has access to $91 million of funding, or chooses to spend $91 million to build satellites. But what everybody does have access to is a lot of free, publicly available data, particularly through social media. And if you look at a 140-character tweet, you can glean over 400 points of data just from that 140-character tweet. Most notably is the other followers that you tend to the other handles that you tend to follow, the sentiment, the keywords that you normally talk about, your locations, your photos, the list goes on and on. And this is something that a lot of companies don't really take advantage of fully. One company that's starting to get a jump on this is Dick's Sporting Goods in the US, and their fundamental mission is, why do people come into our store, not buy anything, and then leave? And so what they're doing is scanning all the available tweets in there. They're partnering with DataSift, and scanning all the tweets, and then basically geofencing the tweets using the geolocation capabilities of the tweet, and then basically assigning it to every Dick's Sporting Goods store. So the moment that somebody goes in, has a bad experience, tweets about it, and says, I had the worst customer service experience, that immediately gets routed to that Dick's Sporting Goods physical store for them to handle. It's basically creating a model of hyper accountability, hyper personalization. And speaking of sports, coming across, this is probably one of my most favorite examples that I've been excited to share with today. It's who doesn't love the NBA? And NBA season is kicking off now. We're starting to get into winter. And it's 2013 season, and what SportVU did was team up with the National Basketball Association, and they've created 6 HD cameras above all the courts, and they're basically recording now every single basketball game. So that's 25 frames per second, every game, creating over 1 million different data points. And it's amazing. If you were the GM of a basketball team, would you get this? I definitely would, because imagine what you could do with it. It basically turns basketball almost into a game of poker. Like, you would know how many times, what are the telltale signs of LeBron James dribbling with his right hand, how many times before he's going to shoot from behind the key. And it's basically a lot of controversy is starting to happen now as the season kicks off because only 15 teams have signed up for it. And now there's a lot of controversy. Do these 15 teams have a competitive advantage because they have better intelligence from big data? And one of the teams that have actually been the most progressive is the Toronto Raptors. They've hired 4 data scientists. And these 4 data scientists of the Toronto Raptors are using the images from those cameras to basically have a recap of every single game that gets played. So what I'm about to show you is a sequence of Jason Kidd hitting a three-pointer from a pass from Carmelo Anthony. And what you see is basically, if you're number 17, that's showing where you played. And then as I play the film, you're going to start to see these kind of ghost bubbles start to pop up. So it'd be like a ghost, like a clear number 17 pop up. And basically the white one's like, this is where you were playing. This is where you should have been playing. It's fascinating. So then from here, you start to see it go to Jason Kidd. Jason Kidd hits the 3. And basically, you can able to look at this every game afterwards. And I wish I had this when I was growing up and trying to be better at sports. I really, really wish I did. But imagine, this doesn't have to be just with sports. Imagine what we could do. This is something that we could be applying with our businesses. Imagine at the end of every working day, I was able to get a visualization that said, Ron, this is what you worked on today. These are the business decisions that you made. This is what the ideal you would have done. It would actually be kind of scary. Actually, I don't know if I would like it, but actually, imagine that potential where you say, imagine what the superhuman ideal version of you would have made and how we would have made our business decisions better. And so what if we had our own ghost players? And this doesn't have to be visualized in basketball, but what about the decisions that we make, the company impacting ones, whether we decide to pursue a new product line or not? Imagine if we were able to use data science to be able to calculate algorithms and predictive models to show us what the ideal version of us would be able to create. It's absolutely fascinating. So we've talked a lot about how big data is making us smarter. It's making us more intelligent. But how do you now take that and translate that into be able to something that's customer facing? Because ultimately, the closer we can get to the customer, the better. And Climate Corporation in agriculture is a really good example. So basically, these guys have 200 terabytes of data. They've mapped every single plot of farming land throughout the entire US. That's over 20 million plots of land, 200 terabytes of data. They know the size of your land. They know the climate conditions. They know the soil conditions, your crop, what crops you're growing, and your yield rate. It's absolutely fascinating. But instead of just collecting data for intelligence sake, now they're actually starting to branch off, and they're actually starting to use this data to provide new services to the customers. So imagine if you have a farm, and your farm is basically, they're basically finding people and saying, hang on, why are you having to pay so much for crop insurance? You actually live in a really nice area. You have great weather. You don't have tornadoes. Your soil is really great. We'll be able to give you a discount, and we'll be able to give you a more personalized quote on your insurance that's cheaper. So it's all starting to find a way towards more personalized levels of service. And a great example of being able to personalize things is Prasad Ram, who is at Google. He was a former Google head of R&D for Google India, and he's now heading up Guru. And it's absolutely fascinating because he's watched this thing take off. It's basically a platform where he believes that data has the capacity to fundamentally disrupt the way that we teach our students. And so instead of it being the model of like, why is this kid not learning? Why are they not having a hard time in school? It's a platform that basically adjusts itself to the way that you learn. So it changes its speed. It shows you recommended tutorials based on the interest that you're like to. And it's not just for students, but it's for teachers as well. And he summed it up really quite nicely. He basically said, we're now assessing the efficacy of our learning resources rather than our students' ability to conform. And imagine if we took that same thought and applied it to ourselves in our business. Imagine if we reassess the efficacy of our services rather than thinking about if the customer has an ability to buy or not. It's just such a subtle shift in nuance. But basically, the way I interpret it is less advertising, less talking at them, less about the right message, right time, right place to that right customer, but more about let's put the customer in the middle. how do we make sure that we're using data to provide that customer exactly what that customer needs and wants? And it's just a really nice nuance and shift, but it's fundamentally really, really quite powerful. And so we talked about how you get smarter, we talked about how do you make services, and finally, in the last one, how do you then translate this into a better customer experience? And for this example, we'd love to show some work that we're actually quite proud of. We've done this work recently for AKQA, and we basically redesigned AudiUSA.com. And they commissioned us and they said, help us reimagine our website. And we didn't take the traditional route and say, we're just going to build a .com. But we thought it, and we always kept putting it through the lens of, one, how can we make it data-driven? And two, how can that be an automotive experience? And so two things is, one, we worked quite a bit with the teams at Google here, and basically created a very strong search component of it. So that way allows you to be able to search and feeds into the discovery element of it, makes it be able to strip things away and make things really quite minimal. But two, we use the data to be able to see, based off your cookie data, behavioral targeting, retargeting, your behavior and your navigation on the site, no two users ever had the same experience. So sometimes based on your past tracking behavior, you agreed with a different landing page. Your secondary pages were always different. If you started typing in A4, the whole website would basically start conforming to your needs. And it's a really, really powerful concept, of which I'll play a quick video.
The passion fueling the redesign of AudiUSA.com is simple. It was more than just a site redesign. It was a reimagining of what an automotive site can and should be. Engineered, much like we engineer our cars. Anything worthy of the four rings is purpose-built. This is the philosophy that gives rise to simplicity and intelligent design. Following these principles, the site is powerful in its clarity, connecting people with exactly what they're looking for, exactly when they want it. Audi owners, and by extension, potential Audi owners, thrive on technology. The responsive design of the site ensures amazing performance on any device, making Audi an industry leader by introducing this innovation on a site of such magnitude. To create an emotional connection with our cars, the experience allows people to build their ideal Audi and explore key features with unprecedented realism and scale. The goal was to recreate experiencing our cars in real life by uniting artistry and technology, creating one unique car from more than 55,000 images. Building on Google's search technology, we pioneered an approach to integrate search and actually improve navigation rather than compete with it, helping people discover our cars, find any car quickly, get answers, even locate a dealer. Our search innovations make it possible for people to actually see local dealers' inventory. Tens of thousands of vehicles nationwide, new and certified pre-owned. Buyers find the right car and connect with the right dealer in seconds. The brilliant simplicity of My Audi unifies and manages everything an owner would want to know about an Audi. Learn about the next oil change, or find 20-inch alloy wheels, or learn how to use Audi Connect voice control. It's quick, clean access to understanding, owning, and enjoying every Audi. Our dedication to simplicity, design, and performance comes before all else, on the road and the site. This is what gives us the courage to reimagine the possible. This is the new AudiUSA.com. This is truth in engineering.
And when we put data at its core to be able to create an experience, the results often speak for themselves. More configurations, more request to quotes, more inventory searches, but the bottom one is probably the most important. More dealers closing sales, more cars being shipped off the lot, and helping contribute to Audi's best record-selling year that they've had in the US this year. And so in conclusion, just wanted to end on a few final thought starters. And it'd be good for just all of us to leave on this kind of note, is how are our competitors going to outsmart us? They're going to be using data to outservice us. How will we use big data to out-experience us? And if we don't get a jump on it, surely somebody will. And a lot of it isn't as daunting as it seems, but really just comes down to asking the right questions. I mean, you even look at the Obama case of the 2012 re-election and how much big data played a role in it. And a lot of people get really enamored with you need the right technology and we're going to have to invest millions into Hadoop clusters. But really, a lot of what Obama did used free, publicly available data, Twitter data, social media data across all social media. And a lot of the calculations they did, if you read up on it, was actually done in Excel spreadsheets as well. So it's not so much, it's more, what's more important is how do we start asking the right questions, and that all comes from how do we reimagine what we're doing from the ground up. So thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was really fascinating, Ron. Thank you. So let me ask Peter back to the stage. Peter's just going to facilitate a quick closing set of conversations, and then I'll just wrap things up in about 10 minutes.
Great, thank you very much. This is where you all get to interact and ask questions. We have some that have come in through the Twitter feed, which is fantastic. But we would love just to make this last 15 minutes highly interactive. So this is kind of the so what. What do you do next? What are you going to take in action, do differently after spending time with us today? So can I invite the panelists to come up onto the stage? So we've got Graham Cook, who you haven't seen here before. We were lucky enough to have him at Google before he started his own company called Qubit, and they're doing great things in the big data space. So if you guys maybe can kick it off. Graham, maybe you can just introduce yourself very quickly, talk about how you're using big data to make changes within the businesses you're working with.
Yeah, so I founded a business about 3 years ago, or 3.5 years ago, really trying to solve this problem of when somebody comes to your website, how do you know who they are, what they want to do, where they are in their buying journey, and then how do you take that information as a marketer and then turn that into value? How do you actually personalize the website by understanding first-time visitors need information about your brand, regular visitors who aren't buying need to see the products they were looking at last. It's just focusing them into buying that, and it's using big data underneath all of that, but really most importantly is applying context to that big data.
Fantastic. That was really interesting, sort of look at just the changes that just happened with Audi and just the business results. And obviously there's a lot of data, and I guess a lot of the questions that are coming in is just like, well, how do you advise clients, to focus on the right things, to get back to the customer, to understand how the use of data can really change an organization? Do you have any examples?
So I think Ron from our team articulated it pretty well with the Audi case study that AKQA put together, where data enhanced every aspect of the site. So from the navigation, where just small data, a little fact, which was most car websites have around 26 navigational components, which kind of seems ridiculous. 26 navigational components. So one of the things we wanted to do was reduce that down, and so we managed to get it to 6. So, and again, just completely improve the performance of the site. And then in other areas, the design of the site. Some people think that data doesn't help creativity. Well, it hugely does. And one of the examples was we noticed when we had much larger photographs and much higher resolution and much higher definition, that the amount of configurations and the quality of the configurations would be greater. So it's reflected in the creative product as well. So I think it's just demystifying some of the myths about how data is used. Some people think that a lot of being creative is about instinct or experience or lack of experience, and the truth is a lot of that's just nonsense. You have to get the key facts and help that inform you to create the very best product that is of service to the customer and audience needs.
That's a great example. I think it contrasts slightly with what Tamara was saying around speed, because you'd think just that you'd always just do reduction on image compression, but like you said, it's really based on that type of customer that's looking for a luxury vehicle. You have to get that emotional response. So, even how we think about reducing speed is different for every customer set. It's really interesting. And Graham, you do a lot of work on improving websites using data to drive changes. Do you have a case study or an example from someone you've been working with recently?
Yeah, really, we're going through a transitionary period right now in technology. We talk about big data, we talk about all this, reams of information that's available, and that's very much what happens when the start of a change happens. But what we're going to find ourselves in is that being creative with data will just become a natural part of what we do. You'll actually be able to understand information without being a super duper analyst. You'll be able to make a change to your website that doesn't require any coding. And what that will do is enable people to start focusing on things that add value. So you'll be able to understand, for instance, context. So some of our customers are seeing, for instance, that at lunchtime, there is a 33% increase in propensity to buy. And so what you want to do is you don't want your website to look like the browsing and discoverability parts that it's been looking like all day. You want to focus that website into being about the products that the customers were looking at when they were on your site earlier. This is the point where they've got 1 hour to buy. And so if you don't actually give them what they're looking for as they're going through that, they're going to get frustrated and leave. And so understanding those types of insights gives the marketer the ability to act faster. And that's what it is, about moving in real time and actually understanding and taking, never missing that marketing beat and taking that opportunity to make a change.
That's interesting. We hear that a lot in travel too, that a lot of people spend their time on the weekends, thinking about the trip to Ibiza or whatever, and then at lunch.
Lucky you.
Yeah, I'm not me. I've never been there. At 12 to 1, they're purchasing. So changing the website, making it really easy just to get to point A to point B to purchase. So, I mean, the number of questions that have come up, I think there was one just around how you organize. Like, one was saying, how do you think about the market insights team? Should they sit in marketing? Should they be centralized? Is there anything about org design that you guys have seen that leads to success in terms of really going from lots of data to insights to actual actions that make a difference for customers?
Yeah, I mean, organizational design is going to change around having more agility. It's going to be about agility. So if your marketing team has a data scientist that can apply statistics to data, that's going to put you in an advantage to mining your own information about your customers. In that same team, if you have a JavaScript engineer that can change the front end of your website without having to go through IT processes, again, it's going to give you far more agility. And so we're seeing some of the most advanced companies putting all of those into the same group. So you've got your marketer, you've got your merchandiser, you've got your data scientist, and you've got your JavaScript engineer, all being able to make changes that day or act on insights they get.
So much more real time instead of 5-6 month IT schedules and whatnot. Jazz?
Yeah, so we tend to try and organize everything like a startup. So that's our main goal, is every single project. The way we run our own business is a startup. So AKQA has got 1,500 employees now, and just this year alone, we've hired around 30 data scientists, so dedicated data scientists, and none of those data scientists will work in a silo. So they'll be part of the client teams, they'll be part of the startup teams, and they'll be focused on making sure that the data permeates absolutely every aspect of what we do, because the biggest priority for us is mobile and data. That's the core focus, and making sure that every project we do makes a contribution to society some way and is of service to our audiences. And as long as we're doing that, because the word data comes from the Latin word datum, which means to give. And so it's just bearing in mind that the key is, if you want success in use of big data, it's about what you can give to the audience and how you can make take the pain away from audiences and enhance their lives in a better way.
That makes a lot of sense. So giving back to the customers, using that insight to help them just get on with their day, get on with the things they want to do. Excellent. That's a great example. Any questions from the audience? I'm just going to keep going from your questions from Twitter if you don't raise your hands. Any brave soul? Listen, one of the questions was around how do you drive the necessary cultural change? So, changing the hearts and minds, especially in more traditional businesses where it's a lot on gut, it's a lot on instinct, or maybe some of the data used in the store was more limited and not as big. How do you change the mindset to move fast, to put experiments out there, see how customers are reacting, and then scaling things? That's obviously a big challenge for probably lots of people in the room.
Did you want to go?
You go first.
So we found that the greatest organizations and the organizations we absolutely love working with are the ones that counterbalance operational excellence and great systems with creativity and experimentation. And what you tend to find in a lot of large organizations, the very large ones, is that they're quite risk averse, whereas we're very lucky that we work with, I mentioned a number of our clients who have innovation at their core. It's a core part of their DNA because they counterbalance great systems and operational excellence with innovation and creativity. And the reason they can do that is they look at innovation, the return on investment they look at as innovation helps their people make better decisions in the long run. So if you're doing an experiment, it's something with an unknown outcome. You don't know what's going to happen. And because our clients are organizations that are willing to experiment, willing to innovate, willing to try new things and be world first. The Audi example that AKQA did, it's a complete world first. It's the most advanced automotive site on the planet, and you can see the results have been extraordinary. So it takes a client that was willing to experiment with the latest technologies, with the latest thinking, and present that in an incredible way to audiences. So that's the key. The key point is that the best organizations are the ones that look at innovation as an experiment with unknown outcomes, because the results of the experiments make their employees better decision makers, and then they're able to create better profits in the long run.
And I guess the question then is, can you teach people to do that maybe have worked? We heard from Co-op, the average tenure is 20 years. Do you find that you're able to teach that? And I guess also you must be hiring in people that are just used to dealing in creating hypotheses and testing them, and and just running controlled experimentation. So it just seems like you'd have to do both if you could really make it work.
That's why we say you have to counterbalance the operational excellence and great systems with the creativity and experimentation. You shouldn't do just one, and you shouldn't do just the other. It's the fact they work together that gives the best results.
That's right.
Yeah, I think just to add, large organizations are seeing, traditional organizations are seeing their web channel or their mobile channel as the opportunity for experimentation. And so their board are giving that focus to saying, okay, let's do some experimentation here. We're not ready to change our entire multi-channel organization, but let's try this on the web. And the web is a framework that